Luke, you did a great job. At the end of this broadcast, 2 p.m. tomorrow, we're going to show you what's behind here. When we said yes, we would do this, it sounded like a great idea, and it has been, and it's given us an opportunity to let the residents come and talk to you and say thank you to you, because several of them have told us over the years that they wanted to do that. And so we're just so glad that we did. But I'll tell you, we have a special place in our heart now for all of you churches who did live stream back in the day when COVID hit. Because just learning this and getting the sound with the video and all that, just a big shout out to Jake, because he put a lot of that together and then taught Luke how to be here in his stead for a little while.
Yeah, Jake and Luke, they've been superstars behind the scenes.
So we didn't know what this restart was going to do or mean or how it was going to work, and it worked really well.
Amy Miller says hi.
Amy Miller.
She says, hey, Pain Boys. Isaac Kale says hi, Isaac.
What's up, Kale? Hi, Amy. Sorry, I'm grabbing coffee really quickly, but I'll be back.
All right. The next section, we just kind of put a restriction on this, and we held these things off till later at night, just because we didn't really feel like some of the content is appropriate for younger children. And in reality, when I go out and speak at churches many times, I need to really think about and censor myself as to the depth of the brokenness, heartache, and misery that comes along with homelessness. I do believe we have a beginning video now. I can't see, Luke. I think there's a 4-minute, 5-minute video of a resident.
Do we have JHP music video first?
We'll do JHB, and then we'll cut to the Samantha video.
Shattered by the wind, when he used and told.
when we were preparing for this, we want to thank Citygate Network because they sent us a lot of information on how to do this type of event. One of the things they said is people are going to be coming in and out throughout the whole night. So if you want somebody to hear a singular message, say it every 15 minutes. Well, we aren't going to do that, and we haven't done that. You will be able to see the live stream after the fact and go back and look at some things after it all gets posted tomorrow after 2. But the one thing I do want to repeat is Jeff Higginson, a dear friend of all of ours, worked at the mission for 15 years. He and his wife Julie and Bree, they were integral part of the mission. And Jeff loved music. He loved writing music. He loved singing music. He loved performing music. And he loved people. He loved having people come to the mission. He was one of the greatest hosts I ever knew. He enjoyed talking to people about the love of Jesus, and he enjoyed singing about that. Back in the early 2000s, I talked to Jeff. Actually, I took him a song that I had heard and asked him if he could learn it so that he could sing it as a tribute to the mission. And it was about brokenness. He looked at it and he said, nope, not going to do it. Just as a good friend always should, say, forget it, Scott. Here's what I'm going to do. I want to write an album around the mission. And the beginning, the theme is how do you heal a broken heart? And so he put 10 tracks together, I do believe. And I think we still have a few of those albums around. And in fact, can we send that? You said that you have the track digitally,
I do.
Right?
Uh-huh.
And so if you would want a copy of that, please let Isaac know. We're running everything through Isaac's email. It's Isaac@innercitymission.net. Now, if you want to talk to me, it's Scott@innercitymission.net. If you want to talk to Caleb, it's Caleb@innercitymission.net. If you want to talk to, you got the drift. It's all of ours. Email addresses are the same. It's our first name @innercitymission.net. And a big shout out to Jamie Blakely because he set that up for us years ago, and it's been a marvelous, wonderful system. So Jamie is Peggy's son, and Jim's son. So anyway, Jamie was the chairman of our board for years and years, and during that time he helped us with a lot of technology. But if you would like a Jeff Higginson soundtrack, just say, Isaac, can you get me the Jeff Higginson soundtrack, and send him an email. Isaac's probably not going to see it till about Tuesday, because when we get off here tomorrow, we're all probably going to hibernate for a while and just recuperate a little bit, because actually right now it's 2 hours past my bedtime. So anyways, what can I say?
Hey, let me insert a shout out real quick. We've got Amy Crossett. She says they are watching from Michigan.
Larry Crossett.
Her and Larry.
Oh,
Says
great.
good to see old friends. Love hearing the powerful testimonies.
Oh,
Good hearing from them.
that almost
that's
makes me
awesome.
cry. Amy and Larry bring back some marvelous memories. Marvelous. Larry did a lot of our early day booklets and stuff.
Yeah.
Graphic
Oh, yeah.
art.
all the promotional stuff. for the
Graphic
mission,
arts and
so
stuff.
for
And just
20 years.
and Amy, just love you guys. So text and we'll get you that. But how do you heal a broken heart? Wanted to play it again here because it's going into, we're going to be showing 4 different videos. I'm going to talk a little bit between each one. The first one is Samantha. Then Sarah, my daughter. Sarah was never homeless, But as we said before, this whole day isn't just strictly about homeless. We sprinkled in other stories and videos of people who have had a transformational experience with the love of Jesus Christ. And my daughter Sarah went through a trauma, which she'll explain, that took her into a world of brokenness. And Jesus reached down and found her and brought her back to us. And as a father, wow, how do you heal a broken heart? You pray and you hope that the love of Christ can penetrate the evil that this world has to offer people at times. And then we're going to be listening to Donna's testimony. Donna works for us here at the mission, and Donna has a testimony of how Jesus just changed her life. And she doesn't mention it much in it, um, but we'll talk more about that in a little bit. And then a friend of mine, Jess, who's never worked at the mission, and but I met her when I went down to Madison County, and she did a powerful testimony last February when we had a 3-hour homeless reexamined shelterless edition workshop down in Madison County. Jess came and talked about her life and how it ended up street homeless on the streets of Chicago. And in these stories, there's talk of rape and incest and murder. And that's the reason why we have restricted these to later on at night. So I'm going to be quiet, and Luke's going to play Samantha's. Then we're going to talk a little bit about that, and we'll go on through this next hour to hour and a half, and then we'll start a podcast and actually some games. So once again, God bless you all, and thank you for watching. And I'll be quiet.
It is 2005. I first came to Inner City Mission in 1997. I came here as an abused mother. Had 3 children. I was on drugs. Of course, I lied about that. Inner City Mission has helped me in my recovery. Scott Payne is a big one that told me until I became honest with myself, I would never be able to make anything of my life. It took me 5 years to become honest with myself, and today I have almost 6 years clean and sober, and 6 years being honest with myself and 5 years being honest with others. I have 3 children. I have one of them back in my life today, and part of that being honest with myself was being able to give my children up for adoption to somebody else to make a better life for them because I knew I couldn't take care of them, which is the best thing I could do for them, and I knew that. Hard choice. That was the best thing for them. My sobriety came because I got honest with myself, and because of this lodge supervisor, Lou Adams, was my sponsor. I'm getting married on Friday, 4 days away. The man I'm marrying is also a clean and sober man of 7 years. I wouldn't change that in any other way. If not for Inner City Mission being here, I wouldn't be able to sit here and discuss this with anybody. Every time I was homeless, I turned to Inner City Mission, and they always had a room, whether it was for just me or whether it was for me and my children. They always had a room when I would move out on my own, or whether I would get mad at Scott, he would always tell me to come back. It's always on house restriction when I would come back, but I always had a room here. Always. The mission has just changed my life tremendously. And of course, I'm sitting here, so that is a part of that changed life that shows that they're still involved in my life and I'm still involved in theirs.
Samantha talked about one of the things we do at the mission. We have a lot of people come in and they're addicted to drugs or alcohol, and they're unable to get over it, and it starts affecting the house. And I may have to ask them to leave, or they may leave on their own. And what we tell people is if you leave on your own too soon, because they're upset because they want to go out and use and stuff, you can't come back for 30 days. And the second time they do it, we tell them you can't come back for 2 months. And we kind of continue to increase that. The reason for that is if a person makes a decision that is harmful, at times you have to let them live in it, but then there's always has to be mercy and grace. There always has to be the opportunity. Because with Samantha, what happened each time she came back, and we're going to have a couple more testimonies tomorrow, was the same thing. Each time the person came back, they got a little closer to the love of Christ. And too often it's a one and done. You've hurt me, you've offended, you've walked away from what we had to offer. And so, no, you can't come back again. The problem with that is that's about me. You offended or hurt or walked away from my program. I'm trying to help you, and you just snubbed your nose at me. And so just forget it. That is really a selfish approach. It's never, our work shouldn't be about me, but it should be about what can I do, dear Lord, to be able to help this person, even if it means staying away from the mission for 4 months before you come back. And then when you come back, you have this ability to identify and see the beauty that you were missing. So anyways, I'm shifting into preach. I'll move on. But one of the other things Samantha talks about is that I basically challenged her to be honest with herself, to make decisions out of an honest reality of where she was at, not where she hoped she would be at, or not where she thought she might be at tomorrow, but where are you at today? Be honest with yourself. That honesty is so important, because if you can't be honest with yourself, there's absolutely no way you can be honest with others or even hear the truth that is being presented to you. So I just thank the Lord. Samantha did come to say, okay, I'm tired of pretending. I'm tired of trying to be something I'm not. I'm tired of covering up my drug use. I need to come clean. And when she did that, man, she grew leaps and bounds. The next video, Garrett LaVault, who's going to be here in a little bit, leading us in our podcast. Garrett basically is the student minister at Hope Evangelical, and he introduces, I guess it's just Hope Church now. They're still evangelical, but anyways, that's another whole thing. But Garrett introduces Sarah. She gives her testimony, sings, and then he finishes afterwards. And I just wanted to leave that in there because he talks about the thing that he likes about Sarah's song is that I relate it back to Samantha. Sarah is very honest about the depth of the pain that she was feeling that God stepped into. And so often we aren't able to overcome the pain we have because we won't admit how deep it is. We want to put on a strong face, or we want to take a substance so we can kind of ignore it or get away from it. And so Sarah basically explains and is very honest about what happened. And I'll tell you, as a father listening to this, it's tough because you never want your children. But then in reality, we don't want any of the people that come through our doors to have to experience the pain of other people stealing from them, stealing the most precious things of their life. Nobody wants to see that happen except for the predators, except for those who are just so consumed by their own wants, lusts, and desires that they're more than happy to eat up other people. But then, even with those folk, they probably been hurt in the past. Scripture kind of makes it easy when it says, how can they know unless they're taught? And how can they teach unless someone teaches them? And at the mission, I guess we like to say, how can people know love unless they see it and experience it? Once again, love that gives what is needed to bring about lasting joy and peace in a holistic way. I truly don't believe we will ever reach our full potential in Christianity and talking of Christ, who Christ is love. We're told that in John. We'll never reach the potential of what we can do until we dedicate ourselves to that definition. John 3:16. For God so loved, he gave, not just gave, he gave what was needed. So whoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. Love is giving what is needed to bring about lasting joy and peace. For God so loved the cosmos. So it's not just God loves Scott Payne, or it's not just God loves my family, or it's not just God loves inner city. It's God is saying, if you truly love, you're not going to do anything for inner city that's going to harm another agency. I'm not going to do anything for my family that's going to harm somebody else. I'm not going to do things just for me that's going to harm or take away from someone else. And I'll tell you what, when we look at love in that way, and we really apply giving what's needed and understanding that in James it says, if you lack wisdom, pray for it. And God will faithfully answer it. And you apply that to 1 Corinthians 13, where it says, love is patient. And then you look up at 1 Corinthians 13:7, where it says, bear all things, believe all things, hope all things, endure all things. I said one time, that's what we try and do at the mission in a Sunday school class. And I had a lady say, I don't believe you. And I said, well, I can explain it to you. I believe those four things: bear all things, hopes all things, endure all things, believes all things. Isn't about just laying down and being stupid. It's about defining what patience is, because the next very thing it says is love is patient. Bearing, believing, hoping, enduring forces us to slow down, put our emotions on the side, and to allow our hearts to seek God's wisdom, to create in our minds and seek an answer of what is the best for this person. And man, oh Scott, how can I do that? That takes so long. That'd be so hard. Guess what? You're right. And one of the things we're addicted to in our country is to move so fast we really don't think, and to get past what we do so we don't have to feel the consequences of our lack of wisdom that we have in how we treat other people. And then we wonder why people behind us and around us are upset, because we're living off our emotional responses. I preached enough. Isaac needs to come over and pat me on the leg. Let's listen. Thank you, Isaac. I appreciate it. Let's listen to Garrett and then Sarah, and then we'll talk a little bit.
This morning we have something special for you. Our friend Sarah, she's going to share a story about how Jesus changed her life, and she talks about sexual abuse and suicide, but she also talks about hope. It's a powerful story. We can't wait for you to hear it. So check out this video.
My name is Sarah Payne. I'm really here just to kind of share a death to life story, how Jesus really saved my life. I grew up in a Christian home. It was a very loving home. Actually, most of them come to this church, which is great. But when I was 19 and in college, I actually was sexually assaulted in a way that really ruined my life, and kind of spoke over me a new identity that I just didn't know how to resist. And so it kind of led into a lot of years of self-loathing and lack of self-worth, and just questioning myself and life. And that lasted for quite a while of just honestly stealing my will to live. And then in 2019, I actually had a friend kind of betray my trust in a really big way that tore everything back open like it was fresh again. And so I decided on March 27th of 2019 to take my life. And I ended up, pulling my car in and shutting the garage door and just sitting there and waiting for the end. And God, he just showed up in this really huge way, and just filled my whole body with his voice, just saying my name and telling me to wait and that he was going to meet me. He just overwhelmed me with everything that he is, and he really delivered me in that moment from all kinds of suicidal ideation I've been having for a long time. He spoke over me, kind of me, just this new identity of who I was, and it changed my life. And so from there, I just took what he was teaching me, and it wasn't overnight at all, but just leaning into him, leaning into this new desire for life, became this kind of unraveling of who I used to know myself to be into this new person. And I start to write this song that just came real easy, just verses in the chorus, and I kind of gave it to him to help me finish. And a couple weeks later I wake up and it's there, and I just write it down, and then I look at the calendar and I realize that it's March 27th 2023, and I was shook, just the divine coincidence of that, just such a gift to me as just this road that he's taken me on, and he's just been with me this whole time, that even though life doesn't get easy, that he's in that suffering with us, and he is speaking over us new life. So after years of feeling like I was suffocating, I could breathe and I could live, and I was just in love with that, and in love with who he is and who he's making me to be. So I guess this is that song.
Oh God, my God, you are so faithful. As I walk on this ever wandering path, with your eyes on mine, you guide me is the fire of my past. It knocks at my door. With your hands in mine, you guide me forward. Isn't in this place with your promise for more? You speak through static, you speak through the noise. As my mind is raging and screaming, my God, you can't be ignored. As my heart is failing, your strength pulls me through. Oh, Spirit of God, I can finally breathe when I look at you. And when peace is the name that calls me, grace is the song it sings. My hope rests in you, Lord Jesus. In that, oh, your name, it calls me back. Grace, so the songs you sing. My soul rests in you, Lord Jesus. King of kings, healer of the broken things. You speak through the static, you speak through the noise. As my mind is raging and scraping, my God, you won't be ignored. As my body's failing, you carry me through. Oh, Spirit of God, I can finally breathe when I look at you. Oh, Spirit of God, I can finally breathe when I look at you.
What a powerful, powerful story. One of the things that I love about talking with Sarah about that song before a run through this morning, one of the things that was so important to her is that when people hear this song, they see the hero of the story, and the hero is Jesus, coming through and rescuing her in a time that was really dark. And sometimes we get so stuck in our own brokenness and the things that we're carrying, the burdens that we have, that it begins to be very difficult to trust Jesus with those things and to believe that he really is the healer of broken things. And we love the story because it is a reminder of the new life that Christ offers each and every one of us when we come to him. No matter the brokenness, no matter the burdens, no matter what's going on, no matter the worry that we have, whatever that is, Jesus can still use it to do something incredible because he is King, he is Lord, and he is the one who redeems.
I'm going to ask if we can do something now, and after each one of these videos, I would like to I'm going to say the first prayer now. Let's pray. Dear Father God, thank you that you are the God who sent your son Jesus to show us your agape love, a love that is able to break through the brokenness of life. Dear Father, I just thank you. Thank you. Thank you that you were there in that moment when my daughter was in the garage with the car going. Dear God, thank you for speaking to her. And thank you for taking her on a spiritual journey back to you and healing her from the harsh realities of selfishness this world so easily provides. Dear Father God, thank you. Thank you for all the transformational stories that you've allowed us to be able to witness and see and know that your love does transform. And dear Father God, if there's anybody listening in cyber world, dear Father, we just that has not found, has not been able to put aside the brokenness of life, or the disappointment, or the discouragement, or the confusion, or the anger, dear Father God, that this world throws at us. We just ask that this song or the testimonies to come or whatever else we can do throughout the rest of this 24 hours, that somehow, dear God, we don't know how because you are beyond us, but that your spirit can reach through and can touch and can heal beyond what we can comprehend. Abundantly beyond, dear God. We know you're a God of abundantly beyond. And I just ask that you just help soften hearts so your love can be planted, so it can grow and life be transformed. Thank you, dear God. In your son's name I pray. Amen. This next video, well, I'm not going to say any more about it. I'm just going to let you listen to it, and I'll tell you a couple stories after. Then I'm going to ask Caleb if he'll pray over the next video. And Isaac, I'm going to ask you to pray over Jess's. All right? Just so, but that's
Sure thing.
later. So Luke, why don't we, this is Donna's story.
Hi, my name is Donna Lomolino, and I work at Inner City Mission and Outreach. I came to the mission from prison in Lincoln, Illinois. I was in the Lincoln Corrections at that time. I had a difficult time finding a place to go because of my crime, and I was very afraid that I wasn't going to find a place and have to go down south to my family because my family was very toxic and they hated me. I was writing many places and I just couldn't get anyone to let me go to their place. My old chaplain from Dwight Corrections, she was the one who actually knew of a place for me to go and already had contacted Inner City Mission, and I had never heard of it. She answered a prayer that I had been asking, and it wasn't getting fulfilled. So it actually turned out to be better than I could ever imagine, and that could be nothing but God. I grew up in Chicago, and one of the first places that we lived at, I lived in a basement where the floor was dirt. And one of the things I remember my mom saying was that we had to lock the door with a butter knife. After there, we got in at the projects, and there was lots of alcohol. There was lots of fighting. We had lots of men and parties at our house. And that is where a lot of sexual abuse took place. And my mom had used us in that way. It's been a long while, and it's feeling uncomfortable, like, to say it. I'm not trying to go. It's not like I haven't told this story 1,000 times, but anyway, I didn't know my biological dad. He was in Vietnam War, and when he came back, he was saved, and my mom just was living like the devil, and he tried to bring us in with him, and Mom refused to do that, and he went on to live his life. So I never knew my father. My mother was in relationship with lots of men. My mom was a prostitute at one point. My brother is the offspring of that prostitution. And my mom was a drug dealer. And there would be times that she would kick us out. I mean, she really didn't care where we went as long as we weren't there. Occasionally, there would be a bus that would come and pick us up, and the church really liked me going there because I would bring all the people from the projects there. But there was people at the church that told me I was going to go to hell. I prayed about that, had bad dreams about that, and in a way, I felt like I was living in hell there. I saw somebody get stabbed outside, and there was nobody there, no police ever. I mean, the next day I saw blood on the snow, but it was more like that was the kind of environment that I lived in. I had nobody to lean on as a child. I was left to take care of things myself, and I was almost the parent of my siblings. And then we moved to Southern Illinois. I went from an asphalt to play on to weeds and grass and the country. And in some ways, going to Southern Illinois was different, and I would say my mom would say it was better, but for me, it was the same. The dirtiness felt a little different there, but the dirtiness was still there because that is where my dad began really being sexually active with me. So I had lots of dads. To say which one, I mean, some of them were better than the others. Ironically, the one who really sexually abused me was the best of all of them because he protected me from my mom. It's hard to know you're living in hell when hell is all you know. When I was about 28 years old, I met this man that I ended up getting pregnant by him, and I was essentially the breadwinner while my son and my daughter were with my fiance at the time. The man that I met was very abusive. He used the Bible to justify me being obedient to him. I had never had a Bible other than in my son's Bible story book that I would read to him. Joseph loved the story of Joseph and his coat of many colors, and I would read that to him. He just would smile, and he understood that God loved him through that story. And I really didn't understand what that meant, honestly. In my life, money was the answer to everything. When I started working as a nurse in Illinois' hourly pay for nurses was way less than Florida, and the plan was to work for 30 days, about a month, and come back And that I thought was going to just fix everything. And what I found out later is that it didn't fix everything. I'd been in Florida for 2 weeks, and I had gotten these beeps to call my daughter's father. And when I called him, he said that he had accidentally killed my son, that he had been spanking him, and that he just started breathing funny. And he said that when he stopped breathing, that he had done CPR on him. He didn't come back. Joseph didn't come back. I thought he was joking even. I even asked him if he was joking. This isn't a funny joke, you know? And he said he wasn't joking. When I had tried to tell him to turn himself in, he threatened to kill himself and kill my daughter, that he was not going to go to jail, go to prison. I don't know what he thought we were going to do, but he basically was not going to let me see my son. I went to my director of nursing while I was there. She called the police. The police came. They took me to the police station, and I had told them what he had told me, because he even told me he had him in a suitcase in plastic bags, and he was putting bleach on him, and he wasn't going to let me see him or anything. He knew that them bruises were over 100% of his body. They said the only place that he wasn't bruised was on the bottom of his feet. I had the police pull up slowly, quietly, because he was going to kill my daughter. I know he was going to. They knocked on the door. He answered the door, and he didn't have time because they didn't turn on their lights. They came up quietly, and then he went quietly, and my daughter was saved. But they found my son in the bathroom in garbage bags, where he had put him in a suitcase in garbage bags, treated him like he was trash. I was on the phone when they found him, and they said it was real. I went to the bathroom, and I tried to kill myself. And they put me in a mental hospital when I was there, made me go to sleep. Somebody from a church paid for me to go back home on an airplane, and as soon as I got back to Illinois, they had the DCFS was there. They said that I was guilty and that it was my fault, and I agree that it was my fault. I did not argue with them. They took me to jail. I had been given 22 years to do 100% for the murder of my son. And honestly, all the way through my prison sentence, I didn't think it was real. Even the day I left, I thought this was just one big dream and my son would be out there waiting for me. When I first got into the jail, people knew because it was all over the news, and people had already started calling me baby killer, had already, said that they were going to cut my throat. There was all kinds of things that were going on, and I already felt like I was the crap. But after all of that, I felt like I was the crap under the crap, While I was in the jail, I wanted to be closer to my son. And the only thing that I could think of to be closer to my son was to read this story in the Bible that was about Joseph and his coat of many colors. I had a Gideon's Bible that I was looking at, but it didn't have a concordance. It didn't have anything to show me where the book of Joseph was, which everyone knows there is no book of Joseph. I asked everybody about this story. I asked even the jailer about the story, and I was talking to God. I was asking for this Only this thing, that's all I wanted, because I just needed to feel close to him. And then about 4 or 5 days into my stay at the jail, the ladies came in from the jail ministry. And the one lady was the one that was going to be doing the Bible study. She came in, she said that God had put it on her heart so heavily to do a different study. She finally changed her mind. She said, so I don't know which one of y'all needs this, but turn to Genesis 37. We're going to study the life of Joseph. And the very first part of that is the coat of many colors. And we were doing that right there. So God answered my prayer. I mean, I didn't quite understand that, because here I am, here for the death of my son. And from then on, I had the desire to understand who that God was, because that God was way different from the God that I had come to know through my daughter's father. By the time they came in the following week, I had went through the entire New Testament. When I had found out who Jesus was, that's when freedom really took place. Now, I'm not saying I want to go back I don't want to go back to jail. I don't want to go back to prison or anything like that. But when I was in there, that was the freest I'd ever been, right there. They gave me 22 years to do 100% of that time. A few years into my sentence, I had a reversal of the murder conviction, and then I ended up only having to do 10 years. Everyone that goes to jail is praying for a miracle like that. And I was in tears joyfully, but also sad, because my son wasn't out there waiting for me. My chaplain got me into inner city mission, and she actually came and picked me up from the jail when I got to inner city mission, and I started to experience a different way. I have to tell you, it was really difficult. I didn't know how to accept love. It hurt badly, because I never understood anything like that. Since then, I've actually gotten comfortable with being just Donna. There was a time when I couldn't handle quietness. I had gotten the family that I'd always wanted, and they're still my family today. I started going to school. I got a bachelor's degree at Lincoln Christian University for Human Services, and then at UIS, a master's in legal studies, and I'm now preparing to become a lawyer. It's amazing how God uses people like myself. His lineage is full of people that were horrible or just not acceptable, and it's me who was considered under the dirt. If there could be anything lower, when I was in prison, that's what I was. That's who baby killers are, and that's the way they treat you. I can relate with Paul. I can relate with Rahab. I can relate with David. I mean, each one of them had a heart after God, right? And he made something out of me, that is amazing, and he's still doing amazing things through me.
Just very powerful testimony. I'm going to pray for this. Just go straight into the prayer. God, you are good, and your love endures forever. I thank you for my friend Donna. I thank you that she's become our family, that she has become a sister in Christ. I thank you that her testimony includes the truth that when she was in prison, she found freedom because she found you. God, I pray for her. pray that you will be with her. And as you continue to call her, continue to use her, continue to use her in ways that that not she has skills, Lord, that not many people have. She has gifts that you have developed within her that reaches people here in Springfield on the streets that no one else can touch, that no one else can reach. I simply pray that your presence might be her inner experience now and always. You will hold her in that freedom. Hold her in your love forever and always till we meet you again face to face. That love becomes fulfilled in your presence. To you be the glory. Thank you for your grace. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. You heard in Donna's story, she made a statement that in her life, her family, money was the answer. If she could just make more money. And she did. That's why she went to Florida. That's why she was out of the state, to make more money. I've often said I wish homelessness was solved by money. If there's a certain amount, all homelessness would be gone. But the reality is you cannot solve a relational problem with physical things, money being included. In fact, as I think about that, isn't it kind of insulting if someone has a relational problem with us and they try and buy us off with a gift or with something instead of actually honestly changing or asking for forgiveness or saying they're sorry? We live this out every day. I don't know why at times when we get into homeless, all of a sudden it's about money. And we'll see with Jess here in a little bit, and a house. And then homelessness is healed. You see, as we've talked to people about what home is, almost everybody talked about a relationship, a heart connection. And so what we're saying is, here is a lady who was broken from birth. She was born a beautiful creation of God, but the people around her ate her up and spit her out. And we're going to fix that with money in a house. Body of Christ. This is where we find our marching orders. This is the essence of what we're called to do. And yes, I know I watch cable TV and the news, and I can talk about the political spectrum of life and have all kinds of solutions on that level while I'm spending all my time there. I might be walking by someone that I could actually invest in and see a transformation take place. The government is built to help us build roads and do things. The church was built to take its resources and invest in those around us who did not have the same opportunities in life that we had. And I know it's scary and it's difficult in relationship, because one of the things, did you hear Donna say, which is so true, and we've ran into it so many times. When you've never seen it and you've lived in hell your whole life and you see other people walking beside you living in what you consider heaven, it really hurts. You don't know how to respond to that. So instead of trying to embrace, many times it gets pushed back. I'll never forget, Donna had been at the mission for a couple years, and she did very well, came to know the Lord. Her life transformed. And in fact, Donna and I were figuring out, this is kind of a side issue, kind of interesting. The government has basically spent $1 million on Donna before she came to the mission. $1 million. And what did it buy and what did it get? After she was at the mission about 3 years, um, Donna was making her own money, paying taxes, and trying to pay that money back because she doesn't like to owe anybody. But that's kind of beside the point. We invited Donna to my oldest son's wedding, and we went to the wedding, and it was one of those beautiful weddings. It was set on the side of a pond, and a big mansion was where the reception was at, and trees everywhere, and it was outside wedding. And oh, they were both beautiful, beautiful bride, beautiful room, and everyone was all spit and polished, and it was just a beautiful day, a beautiful celebration. I'd been to many weddings like this, and it was wonderful. And we get ready to go into the reception, and I couldn't find Donna, and so I went looking for her, and there she was sitting about 200 yards away underneath a big oak tree. And I walked up to her and said, "Hey, Donna, it's time for the reception." And she starts crying, and she says, "Mr. Payne, Mr. P," she always calls me Mr. P. I'm not sure why, but anyways, she said, "Mr. P, I just can't go in. I just can't go in. In fact, I can't stay." And I said, "Why not, Donna? I mean, I was like, what happened? What we do? Why don't you want to continue this celebration with us?" And she said, "Mr. P, you just don't understand how much it hurts. I always thought a wedding like this was fairy tale. I thought it was just a Disney makeup movie thing. Every wedding that I've ever went to in my life has ended up in some kind of a fight, some kind of somebody yelling at somebody." And she said, "This was so beautiful. I can't believe it. I've lived my whole life and have never experienced this. I just have to process this. I need to drive home and I need to think about what's going on." I tell you, it made me realize, the blessings, the privileges that I've had as a Christian. And I know privilege is a word that nobody likes and whatever. But I'll tell you what, if we don't start embracing the reality that we as Christians have been blessed and privileged to have and to know the love of Jesus Christ, many of us from the very moment of conception, we had people concerned and worried about what our moms ate and how they acted and how they behaved so that we could be born as healthy as possible. And then we came into the world surrounded by people who wanted to give of themselves to us. And we take that so much for granted at times, I'm afraid. I know I did. And I think that's the one reason why I'm still at the mission, because I never wanted to work with homeless people. This was not my plan. But once I came here and God said to me, "You've been given so much. Why don't you give a little bit back?" It's like I couldn't leave. And then when I started seeing him transform people's lives, it's like, "Yes, Lord, thank you. This isn't what I expected. This isn't what I planned. But thank you." Just like Donna, she was in prison. She was trying to find somebody to tell her about Joseph. Where's the book of Joseph? I remember her and I talking about that. And I said, "You realize that God was answering your prayer before you even asked it?" Transformation in life is taking place with every person out there that's in the sound of my voice. The question is, are we listening? Are we watching? Are we seeing? Are we striving to understand how God is leading us, even though it might be through the valley of the shadow of death? going to have Luke play another Jeff Higginson song, and then we'll talk a little bit more, and then we'll go into Jess's story.
If you're weary and frustrated, for He heals the wounded heart. Come, if you're weak and heavy laden, for He heals the wounded heart. Come, if you're looking for peace of mind. Come, if you never heard the storm. Come, with wounds you can no longer hide. There is healing for us all. Come, if you're beaten down and broken, for He heals the wounded heart. Come, if you're mourning words unspoken, for He heals the wounded heart. Come, if life is what you hope to find. Come, if your back's against the wall. Come, with wounds you can no longer hide. There is healing for us all. Come, you're weary and frustrated, for He heals the wounded heart. Come, if you're weak and heavy laden, for He heals the wounded heart. Come, if you're looking for peace of mind. Come, if your back's against the wall. Come, with wounds you can no longer hide. There is healing for us all.
As you see there's nothing wrong with the physical. We do need to use the physical, but the physical is always a tool to open up and lead to the relational. If the physical is stopped on just the physical, then it basically sours everything around. That's one thought. The second thought, and I've been praying about saying this or not saying this, because I really try not to be harsh or cruel or mean. But I have a question. We talked about it a little bit earlier. I mentioned I'd be bringing it up again later, and it might come up again even more down the road. But for all of us Christians, if you were born in the basement of Chicago on dirt floors with a butter knife as your lock and a mother that sold you, would you still be who you are today? Would you be a Christian so loyal and faithful to God? Would life have come so easy for you if you had went through multiple dads and some of them used and abused and raped you? Would you be who you are? I've asked myself that question, thousands of times, and I've never figured out a way to say, yes, I would still be Scott Payne. Yes, I would still know God as I know him. And yes, I would still be the same person. And why do I say that? Because the fact is, we have been so blessed, and then we project it onto others. Instead of giving ourselves, we nullify our need to step into someone else's life because, well, they've had opportunities. Why don't they just take advantage of the opportunities they have? And that's sheer ignorance. So I guess I said it. As the body of Christ, as the body of Christ, who knew intimately and felt intimately the pain of those who walked beside him every day, who never looked down on the outcast, who never self-elevated, who never wrapped himself in robes of self-righteousness, who never cared to have far more than what he needed, who had an ability to understand what enough was and take the excess of the reality of being the Son of God and spreading it to a lost and dying world. That's the essence of Christianity. And I'm afraid we in the body of Christ, and I'm talking from, I was born on a Sunday. I was a good Christian boy because I was born at 6 a.m. so my dad could get back to church and teach Sunday school. I was in church the very next Sunday. My parents have been telling me my whole life I would be a preacher. I've been to hundreds of VBSs and Sunday schools and camps and sermons, and I've preached thousands. And it wasn't until I came to work here that I really understood that there was another whole different world walking beside me every day. And that I didn't need the big salary. I didn't need to be a manager at Walmart, or I didn't need to run a major medical complex, or I didn't need to do those things. I needed to strive to be happy with enough and use the rest to hopefully help other people find the love of Christ. And this isn't about me. I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't even have went down that road. It just, as I said earlier, one of the hopes of tonight is to shatter the thoughts that we as Christians have at times. Us good conservative middle class who look at others and say, well, I was able to, so why can't you? And we don't even know from that which we are speaking, because we cannot understand the daily trauma that many of the people that pass us by have to deal with. Once again, love gives what is needed, takes time, slows down, speaks less, leans into, listens, prays to God for the right words to say and the right questions to ask, so that we can understand, so that when we strive to help, to teach, to show, to lead, to guide, we will be doing it in a place of righteousness. I'm done preaching probably for a few minutes. Anyways, I love the body of Christ. And thank you all for being here tonight. And I just hope that this 24 hours helps at least somebody maybe see those outside the body of Christ in a different way. That everyone has not had the same opportunities that people like me have had. So I'm going to thank you for letting me anyways, God bless y'all. We're going to listen to Jess's now. And actually, I just a warning. Sarah's was difficult. Donna's was extremely hard. And Jess's isn't any easier. So if you don't want to go any deeper into the reality of street homelessness, I'd say now would be a time to maybe do something else. We're going to be coming back much lighter here at 11 o'clock. We stopped doing interviews at 8:30 because I didn't want to bring people out this late at night because Michelle was kind of cold. In fact, the last 2 or 3 were getting pretty cold, and didn't want to have people do that. And we aren't going to have any more interviews until I think it is 6:30 in the morning. But between now and then, we're going to listen to Jess, and then Isaac's going to pray. We're going to talk a little bit more. And then we're going to shift into the podcast with Garrett, and then Boys on a Bench, and then Conversations of Trauma after that, and then more interviews. So God bless y'all. And I just, isn't it great to be a child of our Heavenly Father who has loved us and given us so much? Isn't it great to be able to know that this life is not all there is, that heaven awaits? And isn't it great to know that we have the Spirit within us? As Jesus shines through us, other people can come to know him. And even if we know it or not, we can be an agent for change as people watch and see the difference that Christ makes in life. So here's Jess's story.
Let me get out of your way.
You are good. I want to step on you. Good evening. Nice to see everybody here. I'm glad people are here that want to be here, who want to learn, who have an open heart, an open mind, and know that maybe all of our experiences aren't the same, but our experience matters in one way or another. So I thank you guys again for allowing me to be a part of this very special event. And I'm just here to share my personal lived experience and my struggles with substances, and which led to street homelessness. So my life started off pretty chaotic. By the time I was 3, I was kidnapped twice by a biological parent. I don't remember the first time, but the second time I can remember my dad taking my mom and yanking her out of the car and slamming her head through the concrete, and he snatched me up and put me in the car and said he was my dad, and we were off. I can still remember like the interior of the car, the smell of the car, and just fear. I don't have much recollection of being there. I don't remember what that experience was, but I have found out as an adult. I was gone for 9 months. My next memory that I do remember was the FBI had come and found us in Homer, New York. We were on a mountain with no running water and no electricity. And as a kid, I kind of thought we were camping. So that's kind of the experience that I remember. I didn't realize that it wasn't a safe place to be. So the next memory that I have is going to court where a judge ordered me back to my mother. And my mom had met somebody through the time I was gone, because my My mom is now 82, so she was born in the 40s, and it was just a different time where kind of men ruled the house and women didn't have much of a voice, and that was kind of what she carried. So now that makes sense, but as my little self, it didn't understand. And so when we got back to his lifestyle, my mom was pretty poor. She was 40 when she had me. I was a oops baby. She had her tubes tied, so I was definitely a surprise. So she was living, and very much in poverty until she met this man. My stepdad doesn't really deserve that title, but I guess that's what legally he would be. He was a very rich man, and so he was able to provide a life that my mom and I probably wouldn't have had as materialistic things, but the love was definitely not there, unfortunately. Going to school, was kind of like my escape from what I considered to be hell on earth. My stepdad was very abusive, sexually, verbally, financially. And so, I really the only instinct I've ever really known was survival. And, that I had to do these things in order to survive. And, he kept us very separated. I kind of grew up in a $1 million home where people don't look at you and think you could possibly have problems because you have a nice house and you're getting new cars. And, I learned from a very young age that money was the root of all evil. I learned that it paid people off that never should have been allowed to be paid off. All of his buddies were cops, and he was he was good to all the neighbors, and everybody loved him. And what I knew of him was the devil. It was sexual abuse every day from the age of 4 until I left home when I was 15. Really wasn't the reason I left home, although it played a huge part in it. When I was a freshman in high school, I was sexually assaulted at the school, and they expelled both of us for that. And so through that experience, my mom said she really didn't know how to deal with that, and so off I went, which for me was more freedom than I had experienced so far in my life. I kind of couch surfed with some friends early on in high school, and then when I was a junior, I rented a little apartment that had a closet bigger than the whole place. Good thing they don't rate the teenagers anymore, because I didn't really probably have great skills, but I'm really grateful that they did at that time. So I learned very early that I had to work, because if I worked, I could have things, and I wouldn't have to go back to what I considered to be hell. And so I did drop out my senior year because I was working 3 jobs, and when I was 9, I started drinking because that's kind of what everybody else around me was doing, and it was the only legal thing that I could absorb and that I didn't have to feel, and I could just go through the motions of what life was supposed to be on that time. So by the time I was a sophomore in high school, I was introduced to cocaine, and for me it was the best freedom I'd ever felt. I never felt stronger in my life than taking something that I wish, I never started, but it was a coping mechanism because I didn't really have any tools. I didn't have anybody to teach me what love was, what respect was, how to, have a very effective grown life. I just didn't have those tools. So I just lived in survival pretty much until probably like 2 years ago, to be very honest. When I ended up getting my GED the same year I would have graduated. So back then it was important to go to your class reunions. Now there's Facebook, so I guess that really doesn't matter, but it mattered to me at that time. So I was able to at least achieve that. And one thing, and the only skill I could ever tell people I had, was I could work hard. I knew how to work hard. I knew how to pay bills on red notices. They had to send me a lot of threats in order for me to understand I better pay these. And I also had a full-blown addiction at that time. And back then they didn't know nobody told me that's what I had. It was just kind of like, what's wrong with you? You party too much, or, all of these different myths and scenarios that people used to say. When I was 24, I got introduced to opioids. I was told it was like cocaine without a bad come down. It was a lie, obviously, very bad lie. But back then, they didn't educate us on that. The healthcare system was popping out pills like a legal drug dealer, and I thought that I wasn't bad because I was getting something from a pharmacy. I didn't realize that this was going to be a physically addicting drug, and it was now going to run every decision I was going to make moving forward, because if I didn't have that, I couldn't work those 3 jobs. I was going to have to do things that later in life I found out I was going to have to do all over again, like being a child. So when I got to be about 33, I entered into a very terrible relationship. It got pretty physically abusive, which is a part of one abuse I hadn't had up until that point in my life, which is just a whole nother level of trauma and not understanding. And someone who told me, I wasn't anything and that I was just a worthless junkie that was going to die a junkie. And for me, the words were way worse than any beating I ever took. The beating started very quickly, but the words have had a lasting effect on my life. I was in that relationship for about 1.5 years. Cops came many times. But the one thing that they, always said was, "Oh, well, they're a junkie. They're, it's a drug addict," and it changed the conversation and the kind of the way things go. Unfortunately, it took me almost losing my life for somebody to take the relationship I was in seriously. On February 15th of 2017, I was sheltering in place for a night because I was kind of living with my abusive partner because I could no longer hold a job. I was in the restaurant business for most of my adult life because that was something you didn't have to have too high of an education, and I could make good money, and I was really good with people. That was another great skill I had. But that was, a fast and survival lifestyle, or living day to day for money. I mean, that's just kind of how it always was. So when I was getting beat up all the time and having black eyes and, not great physical appearance, I couldn't keep a job anymore. So I had to start muling drugs for somebody. So now I went from opioids for 10 years, maybe a little shy of 10 years, to now a heroin problem. I didn't realize that heroin and oxy were the exact same thing, just one was in a legal form and one was illegal. I thought I was like at the bottom of the barrel. Now that I had touched heroin, it was, the brown junkie bag is what, you always think of when you think of someone doing heroin. That's what I thought of it. I was obviously very wrong because I was just as sick then as I was when I became a heroin addict. So after that experience, I was sheltering in place in 2017, and the person had found out I was there, and I was in the shower. It was like 11 o'clock in the morning, and I heard a bunch of chaos, and all of a sudden I could hear my partner's voice, and it was very aggressive, and I heard a bunch of banging, and so they kicked in the bathroom door where I was taking a shower, and they beat me, and they stabbed me, and they left me for dead in a bathtub in Collinsville. Thank God the Collinsville police did take it serious. There have been so many reports throughout the time that the state picked up, and I no longer had a choice. If I would have, I wouldn't have chose to press charges because I thought it was my fault. I thought all the reasons that this was happening to me was everything I was told of why it was happening, and I believed those things. I mean, I was a very traumatized, didn't really have a support system, so any kind of love, whether it was negative, I didn't really know what positive love was, so the negativity I really understood. And that is really where my journey started of not being able to have a home. I did have a car, so I started off in being homeless in a car, which is definitely a different experience from couch surfing. Because of that attack, it really altered the rest of my adult life. I did more drugs at that time than I ever could. I just couldn't cope with what my life was. I couldn't believe this is where I was at. I was no longer employable, and I couldn't believe it wasn't because of my drug addiction. It was because of this choice I had made to date somebody who was, just as evil as, somebody I knew my whole life. So I totaled my car. I was in 2 car accidents in one day. I was living in a domestic violence shelter because the state's attorney suggested, because I didn't have anywhere to go, that I could go to a shelter. And I got kicked out of all 3 of those because I had a substance problem that I wasn't ready to deal with. I didn't know how to ask for help. It wasn't something I was ever told. Growing up with my stepdad, it was very much a secret, and it was very much, no, we don't talk about things. That's just not how things go. So that traveled throughout my adult life. So I started trying to figure out where treatment centers were, and at that time in Southern Illinois, the only two I had heard of was Gateway Foundation in Caseyville, and then I heard of Chestnut Health Systems. I had went to both of those, and I could not stay sober. I mean, my life was such a mess that the only thing I had ever been constant in my life is drugs and alcohol. That's the only thing that I could do to survive every day. And so I found out about this place called Haymarket in Chicago, and I figured if I could just go somewhere else, get around something else, my life would be different. I just didn't realize I took me everywhere I go. And if I had the same solutions in Southern Illinois, I was going to have the same solutions in Northern Illinois. I did go to Haymarket, but what I didn't realize was Chicago is really nice if you vacation there. But if you have to actually live there, it's a very violent city. It is very drug infested, very gang affiliated, and it was very altering for my life. So because I didn't know anybody in Chicago, I became street homeless. I was the person that you saw at the bus stops. I was the person that called the bushes at the planetarium. I called that home for a whole summer because I could sleep on the ground in between two bushes because people couldn't see in. I could see out. And then I lost that home because the seasons changed and the bushes died and then people could see in. But I was literally the person who was digging through the trash can to find clothes to put on. The one shelter you could shower at was so dirty it made you feel worse to get into it. So by the end, I hadn't showered in probably about a year. I was about 65 pounds, and I was very close to death one way or another. I had to sell my body, which is something I was very familiar with, so I understood that. For me, panhandling at a light was way more degrading than selling my soul, because that was something I learned from a very young age, that's something I would provide a means to an end. In 2019, I had no phone, I had no resources, I had family that had, what little family I could say, had put up walls and just didn't know what to do with me, didn't know how to help me, and honestly, I didn't really have that answer either. So because I didn't contact my mother for quite a bit of time because she was older and there was really nothing else I could say, it was just about money at that point, and when I didn't want to do that anymore, I stopped contacting her. And so she went to the police department and put out a missing person flyer, and I'm standing here today, honestly, because of that. I had a friend that I went to high school with that lived in LA at the time, and she had heard I was missing, and she jumped on a plane and came to the streets of Chicago, and she found me. She had done a lot of research, I didn't know that at the time, but messaged a lot of people and tried to figure out where they could find me, and a lot of people wanted to stay anonymous, but they said, you can find her on Chicago Avenue between here and here. That's where I always see her panhandling or, walking along. I will tell you, in the flesh, I obviously had flesh, but I felt invisible. I felt like dogs got treated better than I did from humanity. I had already known humanity at a pretty dark time, but being unhoused totally gave me a perspective that I wouldn't wish for any single person in this room to have to experience, because it's a very dark and lonely place. And when you're that low, it's really hard to want to get out of that, because I just had accepted I was going to die behind some dumpster in Chicago, and that would be my end, and I had accepted that. When she showed up on August 8th of 2019, I didn't know she was about to kidnap me and take me to treatment. I wish I could say that I wanted to go and I was jumping up and down, but it was so far out of my reality that I just figured nobody remembered I still existed, and so I told her that I would go with her if she took me to buy a couple of bags of dope. That was the only way I was going. Well, just so you know, I went to California very dope sick on that plane because she was not taking me back to get one more bag of dope. She wanted me to have something different. And I'm very grateful for that. That is not my clean date, but that is the day for me. God showed me there was going to be a different way. It might have been a hard journey to get there, but I was going to get there. I went in and out of several treatment centers in California. The first one I went to, I was a scholarship kid, and so within 2 weeks, they told me to go find a job. I mean, I didn't have identification. I didn't have, a phone. I went from the most violent city in America to Orange County, California, which is night and day, complete difference of life and reality. And just for a bed to live in a sober living was $1,000 for a twin-size bed to share with somebody. Where was I going to get that? I mean, I'm coming from the dumpster, literally. I mean, I just know how I was going to make it, and so it became too much. And I bought a ticket, I called on the black market to go back to Chicago because that's what I knew, that's what I had accepted. And I went back and I did one shot of dope and I died behind that dumpster in Chicago. Unfortunately, you can call 911 several times because the crime rate and drug rate is so high, they don't come on the first and second call. By the grace of God, they ended up showing up, and I was very close to losing my life. I can remember waking up, and it took about 2.5 hours for my body temperature to come back up to alive again. I wish I could say that was my clean date, but it is not. I went through a few more relapses until finally, June 13th of 2020, by the grace of God, I've been sober since that day. Thank you. Recovery is, believe it or not, one of the hardest things I've ever done because I've had to lose everything I've ever known. To get into a place now as a felon, I had to do things that I can tell you today sober I've never done, like steal and lie and cheat and do what I had to do to get to the next. I can confidently say today I've never done that in my sobriety, but drugs and alcohol and trauma and not having support it's really hard to climb out of that. By the grace of God, I got into this wonderful place in San Pedro that I was able to get 8 months of recovery. I didn't have to worry about a job. It was COVID and nobody was doing anything anyway, so you couldn't really go anywhere. But I am so grateful for COVID. I don't know many people can say that, but for me, I am very, very grateful because I don't know why it was different this time. I can just tell you it was. I can tell you that I was able to get longevity somewhere that I was never able to experience. So I've been able to put some tools in my tool belt to learn how not to live the only life I had ever known for the first 38 years of my life. I had to pay old Ameren bills. I had to pay old this. And when you don't have, it's just really hard to start over is my point. I have now been in the house I've been renting for 4 years as of January 19th, which is a huge accomplishment because I could never stay anywhere very long all the way up until that point. Thank you. I know it's the small victories in life. I will tell you that, being unhoused has made me a better human. I'm able to see and appreciate things that I never could. I live a very simple life today. I am grateful that I have a job that people... So sorry. It's okay, it's all right. That I never thought I would get. Somebody with my life and background and story didn't really have a place, So I'm really grateful that I get to work on this project in Madison County, and I get to go out and I get to go into encampments and I get to talk to people who are just like me. Some maybe not as bad, some a lot worse. And I get to hopefully provide hope and support and love and let them know they matter because you might not know what to do, but to look somebody in their eye and remind them that they're somebody's child and that their life matters no matter how far down the scale we go. And that recovery is possible. I mean, I see not millions, but a lot of people now that have, come from despair and have been able to turn their life around. And when they asked me to be a part of this event, I was very humbled and grateful because so many other people have stories and, have overcome very similar circumstances. So I'm honored to be here for that. But I believe in the longevity of what they're trying to do in our town because we need somewhere that we can spend time and we can get tools and support and love and have places, everything in one place. And so I hope that you're able to keep an open mind and an open heart through the rest of the presentation. And thank you for letting me be here.
I've not had the pleasure to actually meet Jess in person, but I'm so thankful for her courage to share that story. I know that was down in Madison County in front of like 300 people. And so, yeah, just seeing how God has moved through her life is truly amazing. And so I want to pray for Jess and just really anyone who's was street homeless, and that we're hoping that God will get a hold of their lives just like he did in Jess's life. So let's take a moment and let's pray. Dear God, we love you so much. Lord, we thank you for the beautiful child of God that Jess is. Lord, we thank you for never stopping to pursue her. We thank you for saving her life. She experienced a childhood, an upbringing, a reality that I can't even imagine. It's hard to comprehend. God, but we know that in all those moments, you were with her. Lord, you have been with her her whole life. You've been redeeming her. God, we know that throughout Scripture, Lord, you take people who were broken and you redeem them. And it's truly an honor and a blessing to be able to see Jess's story unfold and how she's sharing the hope and the joy and the love that she's finally experiencing from you and from her loved ones, from friends, from community. And she's taking that and she's sharing that with people around her. And that she's going now to the street corner, and she's going into shelters, and she's going into communities where people are oftentimes afraid to go. And she is connecting with people that so many others have just walked past. But when she looks at them, God, she sees a child of you. She sees the value that you created them with. She sees the daughter, the son, the sister, the brother, the father, the mother, the uncle. Who knows what those stories are, Lord, but I pray that all of us can have a heart like Jess to see people the way that you see them, God. I pray for you to put passion and calling into the hearts of your people, to be intentional. Just like Jess's friend was intentional. She flew across half of North America, from California to Chicago, to track down Jess because she heard that she was hurting, and she knew that she needed someone to love her. And she did whatever it took to get her somewhere where she could finally be safe, where she could finally be found and to be loved. Lord, I pray that you put that relational intentionality in our hearts. Some of us probably have family members or extended family members or friends who are living very dark lives, have gone down very hard paths. Lord, I pray that you bring forth those names into our hearts. And if you call us to be the person that goes after them, pursues them, and finds them and helps bring them back to you, Lord, I pray that that is evident and that is clear. Lord, words can't describe your love. We're thankful for Jess capturing that type of love through her entire story. I pray for the rest of this evening that you will just speak through whoever is on this bench, Lord, that you will continue to reveal to us what it truly means to have a heart like Jesus and to see people like Jesus always did. Lord, we love you so much. We're thankful that you have never stopped pursuing us, just like you're pursuing Jess still. It's in your name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. As I mentioned before, with Lou's story, or with the Donna story, I wish money would solve homelessness. Jess's story, I guess I have one question. At what point in time would giving Jess an apartment, even totally rent-free, would have actually helped solve her problem? Because Jess's issue was a heart issue. And I appreciate Housing First. It does help some, but we can't just stop with that. That's why earlier in the evening we talked about expanding the way in which we talk about, understand, respond to the whole concept of homelessness. that we like to really talk about fractured habitation. You see, Jess's story highlights the fact that the pain she felt because of the brokenness that came about by her stepfather, she tried to eliminate with drugs, and it just continually snowballed and got worse and worse and worse and worse until, as Isaac mentioned in his prayer, a friend, a high school friend, probably put out several $1,000s and took time to come to Chicago and find her. But then, as she said, that wasn't her clean date. She went into a rehab. And did you hear about the rehab? 2 weeks in, get a job. So often we create programs and try and make them cookie cutter, and some will succeed, and that's wonderful. But in reality, if we want to find more transformation brought on by the love of Jesus Christ, we throw away the cookie cutters and we spend more time individually with each person, understanding what they have gone through, understanding what they need, and help come alongside and gently guide them and at times push them in the direction they need to go. I always think of Philippians 4 when I think about this. It says, rejoice in the Lord always. Again, I say, rejoice. Let your forbearing spirit be known to all men. The Lord is near. I always think we should work with people in a 3-to-1 fashion, saying 3 things positive or 3 gentle things for every one thing we're hoping to see accomplished. Even in raising children, try to come up with 3 positive things we could say to our children for every one thing that we wanted to guide or direct in. Too often, we have a 3-to-0 rule. I'm going to tell you 3 things you need to do, and if you do it, your life will be better, because it worked out for me that way. With 0 coming alongside and saying, hey, this is what's positive. And you know, it just doesn't work that way. Jess had 2 weeks, and then they said, get a job. She didn't stay in the rehab, and it didn't help because it didn't go deep enough. Did you notice what she said about COVID? She was grateful for COVID because she was in a rehab that slowed down. She couldn't leave. She had an ability then to actually process through. Do you realize she only said it was only 6 months? All she needed was 6 months of quiet, slow, no expectation, no push, so that she could allow the Spirit to help process through all the circumstances, situations in her life with people around her that she could talk to, that would give her good advice, they would give her good direction, that would help her overcome all the things that brought her to this point. I know we Americans, I know we like to live in 5th gear, and we like to fly fast. We like to get her done, get in, get out, and let's be on to the next thing. And that's great for some things in life. But if we treat our relationships that way, and if we treat our helping ministries, if we treat people that way and expect for transformation to happen, it just won't, as Jeff showed. But it really didn't take that much. 6 months. And yes, all the other things helped build up to that point. But it took that friend to basically come alongside. And that's what we're talking about. Relational response to fractured habitation or homelessness. And you'll be hearing more about this in the months to come as we start rolling out what we call tethered technicians, a training that helps people understand how to come alongside others and help them in a gentle way, but in a firm way, to be able to move from where they are to where they truly want to go. But that is for another time. Right now, we're going to show you the tour video again, because we have, who do we have in the house?
We got Bad Apples podcast coming up.
I know, and who's going to be leading that for us?
The Garrett Laval.
The Garrett
He's coming in with all the energy now at 11 p.m. I think before that, though, were you wanting to do a few,
Well, we also
questions
have,
and
who
stuff?
else do we have in the house, though? Garrett Laval's coming, but we also have
A special guest.
a special guest joining us in the podcast. Joe Link is going to be here, and he's going to
6'4", 240 pounds, straight out of Southern Springfield.
He's going to come and be a part of it. So
He's
we're
tough.
going to do a few.
He's rough.
We're going to do a few comments, and go ahead.
I got nothing else. I got nothing.
What can I say? We're starting to get slap happy, and yes, Caleb's going to read some of the comments, maybe answer or talk about a question or two. Then we're going to do the tour video while we reset the stage for a little bit, or this area, I guess, the stage. I don't know, for the podcast, and then we're turning over it to Garrett and let him kind of lead us through the next 3 hours. So,
Yeah. All
that's
right.
you,
Well,
Caleb.
the night is still young.
Yes,
Just
it
begun,
is.
they say.
Yes, it is.
We have a whopping 27, no, even more than that. Over 30, almost 35 comments have come in since we restarted the stream. A lot of people were deeply affected by those testimonies. The trifecta of Sarah and then Donna and then Jess. It is just very powerful stuff. And so I'm not going to read all of the comments, but certainly there's a lot of encouragement for each of those very brave women who were willing in the 3 different contexts that they gave their testimonies in to be brave, to open up, share a slice of the real on the inside of the depth of the pain, where it came from, and how transformation came. A lot of people love that, and we do too. I'm going to shout out, we actually had Lou's daughter, Breeze. She hopped on here.
I say, and read that, Lou's. That's why I
Brienne.
got Lou instead of Donna. I read that just before you.
Brienne, she put on a quote from Lou.
Yeah.
Lou is a heroic figure in ICM past and in the present in our minds, in our history. She was a larger-than-life person, someone we all deeply loved. Some of my earliest memories in my life, actually, were with Lou and with Breeze. Breeze had a quote from Lou, and it says, "From Lou, I was a poor little rich girl, but now I am a rich little poor girl."
And Lou, just to tell the story, Lou basically came to the mission after she had went through about $250,000 inheritance and had, as she said, flunked out of 3 different rehab programs, and came to the mission and basically said she wasn't going to stay because no one was going to tell her when to come in at night. And we said, well, okay. She walked halfway down the sidewalk and stopped. We found out later the reason why she stopped and came back in is because even though she had literally gone to grade school, junior high, high school, had hundreds of friends across Springfield, because she was so vivacious and outgoing. She stood at the end of our sidewalk and thought about who she could call to come get her. And at that point in her life, there was not a person that would come and pick her up. And at that point, she kind of said, God, what do I do? And God took that as a prayer. And she said, for the first time in her life, she thought, if every decision in my life has led me to this point, right here, right now, where nobody in this town will come and help me because I burnt every bridge, maybe I'm making a bad decision. Maybe I should go back up there and stay at the mission and try and listen to somebody else, because I'm obviously not making good decisions. And she turned around and slowly came back up and didn't tell us that she had a major crack problem. And this was early on in my work at the mission. And I missed all the signs. She told me she was going to get a job, and we were all celebrating her getting a job. And she got a job within a week. And she went down here to a restaurant, and she basically made a bunch of tips. And I was sitting here waiting for her to come back to hear about how well everything was going. And quite frankly, at that time of my life, yes, I was a Christian, and yes, I was saved, but yes, I was very, very foolish in that, and very prideful in that. I was sitting there thinking, hey, this is great. We can use Lou as a poster child for how wonderful we can transform lives, because she came to the mission and now she's got a job. And look at that, within just a couple weeks, look how we helped this woman transform. The only problem was, as I said, I didn't know anything about the fact that she was had a crack cocaine problem. The money in her pocket became a trigger that sent her to a party that brought her back to the mission about 8 o'clock the next morning, totally strung out, totally on a whatever a long-term drug binge is. And she had spent every dime plus. She came to the inn and she went straight to her room. I didn't go up because I figured she needed to sleep. Well, she came down about 4 hours later with her bags packed, because at that time it was a zero tolerance of drugs. And she told me she was leaving, and I said, you know what? Why don't you stay? And I told her I was sorry that I did not recognize the signs, and that those 4 hours, I had a reckoning. That reckoning was Scripture says to seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. And actually with Lou, I was seeking first the kingdom of Scott and figure I could use her to add the things that I wanted to be able to say about the mission. And the Lord had a way of convicting me of my own selfishness and using her for my own purpose. And I told her that and put her on house restriction. And during that house restriction, she forced me, when she asked me to define love, to actually spend a lot of time seeking God's favor to truly come up with the understanding of what love was about. And when she and I together worked through the fact that she hated the 1 John 3:16 because she had had guys at AA and NA hit on her using that verse. They would get up and quote it and then come back to her and say, hey, you hear that? God is love. God gives. So for God so loved the world, he gave. So if you're a Christian, you need to give. And she said she was so tired of giving, so tired of that word love, so tired of that verse. That's where it slapped me upside the head when she said, so define for me love. But then we went back to that verse eventually after a couple weeks and came to the reality that it doesn't say for God so loved he gave, period. It doesn't stop there. You have to go on to the next. For God so loved he gave his only begotten son, which we've talked about already earlier, just about an hour and a half ago. But this is where it came from, her challenge for me to define love. And as we did that, she accepted it, and her life transformed from that day on. When she could take that definition and hold up her thought of, if she said, I love you, does it mean this? Does it mean that I'm actually not just emotionally responding to you, or not just that I just like you, but am I really willing to think about what your needs are over my own? And am I really willing to think about what my needs are? True needs, not emotional reaction or responses, but really, what do I need? And then she used the sidewalk experience to help guide her in listening to that voice that said, every choice you've made got you to this point now. Are you going to do something different, or are you going to continue down that same path? It's up to you. And she was so sick and tired of being sick and tired. She was a poor little rich girl because she had all the things, but was hollow inside. And she became a rich little poor girl because God's love filled her heart. And it didn't matter that she worked for minimum wage, cutting meat out of a little grocery store, barely getting by, because life was so full. Jesus, our Heavenly Father, the Holy Spirit, is the essence of agape love. Jesus himself said, when asked, what's the most important thing? He didn't say tithe. He didn't say go to church. He didn't say do this or do that. He just said, love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and soul. And to love God means to listen and to follow him. And then love your neighbors yourself. That is giving what's needed to bring about lasting joy and peace in a holistic way. That is the most important. And then he goes on to make an amazing statement. Everything else, all the laws and prophets depend on these two things. Man, I tell you what, I'm a simple country hick. As you can see by my camouflage boots, I love the fact that even though we at many times try and make Christianity very complex so that we can be amazed at how brilliant each of us are, in reality, it's very simple. And I love finding those simple things. Just love. Everything else will be added. Everything else will be taken care of if you just love. When we say Jesus, we're saying love. When we're saying gospel, we're saying love. I'll tell you, I love that. That is just transformational because it brings into the most significant and allows us to weed out all the other stuff that seems so important but is so fleeting. So we are going to go to the, do you have anything else, Caleb, in the feed, or do we want to go to?
No, we can go ahead. I was just going to add that she was Lou. I loved it. Joe over here, he was with me growing up at Southside, but I remember when Lou had such that radical transformation, she would always come to Southside and sit in the very front row. And Southside's not charismatic. Lou never was either, but she was naturally right. And by charismatic, I mean as a denomination. Neither was Lou, but Lou was just naturally a charismatic personality. And every week she would be hooping and hollering and singing and flailing her arms, right, and standing when everyone else was sitting. But if you knew her story, if you knew where she came from and where Christ had set her free, it was like, yeah, this is a perfect symbol of an outward expression of this inward joy. That is just a remarkable quote. And thank you, Breeze, for sharing that. Amen. And it's great to hear from you. No, I've got nothing else. We can go ahead and move towards the video, the tour video. So we're
going to do the tour video and transform this set a little bit. And we have some Bunsen burners to put a little bit of heat on the subject, because right now, let me see, it is 41 degrees. That's not too bad. 41 degrees and clear. So 41. God bless you all, and enjoy this video again of a tour of the mission.
Hey guys, my name is Emma, and I'm here at Inner City Mission, ready to give you a tour. Are you ready? Let's go. Okay, so like I said, my name is Emma, and I'm here with Isaac, and we are so excited to give you a tour of Inner City Mission. I work as the Director of Resident Services, and Isaac is our partnership guy. So let's see what he has to show us today.
Well, what's going on, Emma?
Hey, where are we?
We are at Inner City Mission, which is a homeless ministry here in Springfield, Illinois.
So what does the mission do?
Great question. So Inner City Mission, we provide long-term transitional housing and programs for homeless children, their parents, and single women. And really what that looks like is we try to provide a home environment where we can meet all the basic needs that everyone might have, and then build a relationship so we can understand their story, why they are at Inner City Mission, and how we can help them find lasting joy, peace, and stability in their lives.
So how quickly do you think you can give us a tour?
How quickly do I think I could give you a tour of the whole campus?
The whole campus. I want to see every inch of it.
If we can get it in 8 minutes, I'd be impressed.
Let's freaking go.
We're going to have to move. Let's go.
Okay, so what happens in this room?
All right, so this is our living room. We watch movies in here. We do Bible studies. We do classes. We do all sorts of fun shenanigans. Whatever you do in your house, in your living room, we probably do here, but with a lot of people.
So what is your favorite movie to watch at the mission?
Favorite movie? We watch a lot of Disney movies. My favorite Disney movie is Lilo and Stitch. But really, any Disney movie is great except Moana, because that movie stinks. Okay.
Okay, so this is an office. Who's working today?
I think you're supposed to be working today.
I'm definitely supposed to be behind that desk. Okay, but is somebody here all the time?
Yes, so this is where our lodge supervisor sits. We have someone here 24/7, and their responsibility is managing the house, keeping everybody safe. They're the person that our residents will come and talk to if they ever have any issues. All sorts of fun stuff.
And 24/7, where do they sleep?
In that chair right there.
Ooh, that sounds like
I'm just kidding. There's a bedroom in the back, so it's pretty cozy. Lovely little spot.
Perfect. So can we see where the residents stay?
Well, let's do it. We're going to go upstairs. All right, we're going to check out room 6 up here.
So how many rooms does the mission have?
We have 21 rooms on the campus.
And how many people are staying at the mission right now?
Right now, we have 30 people that live here.
And tell me about this room.
So this is the basic room that everybody gets when they move in. Almost all the rooms are the same size. And then families, when they move in, will all go into one space. But if it's a really big family, we'll try to split them into 2.
What else can you show us at the mission?
We're going back downstairs.
So tell us about food. Does the mission provide meals?
We do. So we provide breakfast, lunch, and dinner, as well as a couple snack times in the afternoon and in the evening.
What is your favorite meal to eat at the mission?
Favorite meal to eat at the mission? Ramen noodles, of course.
Yeah.
But Miss Myrna's fried chicken is hard to beat.
Can I come and serve dinner sometime?
Yes, you can. That's actually a great way for you to get plugged in. So if you have a small group that would want to come and serve, you bring food, you eat with our residents, and just try to have a good time.
Awesome. Can I see something else?
Sure. Let's go down to the pantry. 8 minutes. We're going to have to move.
We've got this. So who donates all of this food?
So this is donated from all of our partners. So we've got people from churches, from businesses, and then just community members who really love what we do here. And so they send it all this way. We put it down here, and then we use it to make our meals.
Awesome. That is so cool. What else is down here?
What else? We've got the playroom in here.
This is so cool. How many kids live here right now?
We have 12 kids that are living here right now.
Wow. What is the most number of kids we've ever had?
I hear back in the 90s, we once had 26 kids living here at one time.
Whoa. That's crazy.
That's pretty crazy to wrap my mind around.
Okay. So you know what I'm dying to see?
What are you dying to see?
Your office. Can you show us?
It's pretty exciting, but it's in a different building, so we're going to have to move.
Let's go.
All right. It's right down here, around the bend and through a front door.
Isaac, what's your title?
I'm the director of partnerships here, but it's a ministry, so I wear many hats.
So how many people work at the mission?
Great question. I think there's 15 of us or so.
Yeah, and whose office is whose?
This is where our office assistant, Miss Peggy, works. She's awesome. In here, we've got Jacob and Caleb, who's not here right now.
Wow.
They do different leadership things here. They're pretty
Isaac,
awesome.
Jacob, Caleb, you all look really similar.
We do happen to be related. We might be brothers.
That's crazy.
I don't claim that very often, though.
This office is so cool. Whose is it?
I've actually never been in here before. I don't know who works here.
Really? I feel like I could get really comfortable here.
I'm pretty certain this is your office, Emma.
It is.
All I know is this person likes to paint and color on everything.
I
so.
really do. But now let's see your office.
Okay, last one. Here we go. Bada bing, bada boom. So this is my office right here, and then this is our executive director's office. His name is Scott Wayne Payne, and he happens to be my father.
And through that window, let's see outside.
Okay, this is our back area. We've got a playground for all the kiddos, which is a lot of fun. And not only do they get a swing anytime they want, but I get a swing anytime I want. That's one of the perks
so
here,
cool.
24/7 access to the swing.
Do people hang out outside?
They sure do. This back patio is probably the most popular spot on campus.
Whoa, hold up. What is in that white garage?
What? Oh, Miss Myrna. You mean Miss Myrna's white garage? Well, let's go take a look. This is Miss Myrna's white garage. This is where all of our clothing donations come in. And so she'll sort them and put them on racks for our residents inside, as well as community members. So she's kind of got an idea of what everybody needs. And so she tries to get people hooked up when they come in here.
So what do you do with all the donations?
So once it gets put here, we'll try to make sure that everyone has all the clothes that they want. And then anything that we can't use, we partner with other organizations in town so that they can also use those clothes.
But what about frozen food donations? Where do those go?
Do you just want to go in the deep freeze?
I think you do.
Okay, let's do it. This is our glorious deep freeze.
What kind of meat do you have in here today?
Snow's falling. I know we've got like 3 or 4 cows that were donated, so we've got all the beef in the world.
Is it cold in there?
It's all right. I mean, it's kind of like air conditioning.
Yeah.
So.
You want to go somewhere a little bit warmer?
Let's do it. Okay. Let's do the paper shed. Why not?
A paper shed? What kind of paper products are held in here?
You know, about 60% toilet paper, and then a whole bunch of clean supplies, toiletries, napkins, paper plates, everything that you think we would need to keep a shelter running. This is where we keep it all.
How much toilet paper do you go through in a year?
Well, we've got like 10 bathrooms on campus. We probably go through about a roll a day. So let's say 3,650 rolls a year.
Wow, I see a basketball court. Think you make a shot?
Sure. All of this basketball I know is bouncy. All right, I've only made this shot one time in my life. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Off the brick wall, into the hoop. So close. Okay, I don't think we have time to keep trying.
Building. What happens in here?
So this is our stage 2 building. So as people go through our program, they get to move over here. And what this does is it creates some more freedom for them where they don't have a 24/7 lodge supervisor. And really what we're trying to do is prep them for the day that they move out of Inner City Mission.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
How many rooms are in here?
No idea. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 upstairs, 2 downstairs, and an apartment. So like 10, I think.
Wonderful. Whoa, look at all these books. What are these books for?
So this is our curriculum that we use for our Bible classes, our life skills classes, and then our independent studies for our residents.
Awesome. Do you think you've read all the books?
Of course. I'm a big reader.
Yeah. What's your favorite book?
The Bible, of course.
Oh, of course.
But we do a lot with boundaries here. Yeah. That's the kind of the backbone of our program. So
how much time do you think you got left on our tour?
Probably like 2 minutes. I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm feeling pretty good.
How much time do we actually have?
I don't know. I feel like 35 seconds.
90 seconds. Okay, we gotta go. We're going across the street. You gotta run! Watch out for cars!
Are we running to?
Oh no! I'm just kidding. We're going to. It's called the Bunkhouse. We just acquired it a few years ago. What'd you say?
When did we buy this?
I don't know. Oh, it was in 2022, I think. Maybe
How are the
2023.
renovations going?
What did you say?
How are the renovations going?
They're going great. So we fully renovated the first floor and just finished the basement, and now we're working on the upstairs. And so the vision for this, it serves as emergency housing for families that have lost their house to like natural disaster or in some sort of transition season. And then also we use it as a volunteer house for all our volunteers that come over the weekend and stay and do stuff around the mission. So
that is
lots
so
of cool stuff.
What are the buildings that's ICM owned?
Well, they're a little bit farther away. We're going to have to really book it. Okay, to 7-Eleven. Avoid the UPS truck.
When you said yes to this, did you know there'd be so much running?
I hate running. But no, I did not expect this.
When did we purchase? Oh, crap.
Car.
When did we purchase this building?
Remember to always use professional intersections whenever you're crossing the street, kids.
There's 2 levels in the building. What happens up top?
Okay, that was just turned into an Airbnb and ministry retreat center. It serves as a work program for our residents so we can teach them job training skills. So when they move out, oh, I'm tired. They can get their own job and maintain it. So we come alongside them every step of the way.
So what happens in this lower story?
Great question. Let's go take a look. Okay, so this is our classroom on campus. We also use it for events and community activities. So we do our life skill classes, some of our Bible studies, and all of our meetings for our staff, residents, and leadership.
What is your favorite holiday celebration that happens in here?
Holiday celebration. Well, Christmas is a big one around here. So this is where we bring all the presents for our kids. We'll put up a big Christmas tree. It's a lot of fun.
Okay, so.
Okay, I'm feeling good.
Is there any other buildings that ICM owns?
There is one more building, but it is 4 blocks away.
You start running, I'll meet you there.
Okay, sure. I'll see you there.
Few moments later.
Okay, so where are we?
Wow, I gotta work out. Okay, we are at our 9th Street building that we purchased a couple years back. Right now we rent it to a local business, but we bought it with ideas of future expansion. So we're currently trying to figure out what exactly is the best way to utilize this property, but we're super excited because of its location. Woo!
Okay, and my final question before we can go get some water.
Okay, I'm
What
ready.
is your favorite part about working at the mission?
Oh man, favorite part. Definitely the life transformation. I love just seeing how God gets a hold of people and completely changes who they are. And he takes all of us who are broken, and he turns us into something beautiful. And we get to see that every day, not just with our residents, but with our staff, with our volunteers. And so it really helps simplify what the love of Jesus is all about. And so I get to see that every day, and it's truly amazing.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and thanks for joining us on our tour.
Thank you, guys. Woo! This is great, and then you can see behind us now, which is good. There.
Are we in? Awesome. Well, hey, my name is Garrett. I am a youth pastor over at Hope Church, but I'm also one of the co-hosts of the Bad Apples podcast.
Bad Apples, what's that mean?
And so the way that this worked was
Bad Apples.
Isaac was like, hey, we're doing this podcast thing. would you come and do it from 11 to 2? I'm like, dude,
It was
of course,
casual ask.
this is great, you
Time
know.
flop
Yeah,
there.
and I'm like, yeah, of course I would. And then you know, I got the text messages, man, we couldn't find anybody to do 11 to 2 a.m. This is great. Thank you for doing
This is
that.
prime time. What are you kidding
Like,
me, Garrett?
You know, so we're gonna have a good time. Now, I've checked in a couple different times throughout the stream to see how things are going, but I'd love to know, like, what have if somebody's just tuning in now at 11:23 instead of scrolling on TikTok, you know, and they're watching this, what have they missed so far?
What have they missed so far? Ooh,
What's a highlight?
highlight. Probably 8 different former residents talking about their transformation.
Oh, that's awesome.
They missed a really emotional. We had 3 videos of transformation, each talking about some very difficult things, but how Jesus stepped into their lives and transformed them. So I'll be quiet though, because I've been doing a lot of talking. So what was some of you guys' favorite spots?
Ooh, there were a lot. It was good. It's hard to pick. So many of our friends that we have known that have been such a big part of our lives, and we and theirs over the years. We got to see them again today. Some of them we haven't seen in years. And yeah, hearing things now on this side of things where they have gone through our program or they're living a life or have found stability on this side. And then them coming back, giving updates on their life. It's huge. It's awesome. It's great. My father has been asking pretty much everyone a similar set of questions, like, what did this time at the mission mean for you? How do you conceptualize the notion of home in your life? Similar questions to that, and hearing their responses, that's been my takeaway of the whole evening. We've been getting responses that are Hallmark worthy, you know,
That's
Hallmark
cool.
movie worthy.
I love it.
All about like, hey, I really didn't know what a concept of home was, or the concept of love, and we shouldn't take that for granted. And so often we take that for granted. This is what one of the ladies said. We take it that love is a given, but in my life experience, love has not been a given until I found it here. So it's been powerful.
That's super cool.
Yeah, I echo that a lot. But so many different of our past residents, people that are in the community that have these stories that they came and share with us, this idea of like, where would you be if Inner City Mission wasn't there, if you didn't have someone in your life who was that relational resource. And constantly it was this idea of like, I have no idea, probably on the streets. I might be a completely different person today. It was just, I don't know, eye-opening just to see that it's not just Inner City Mission. It's those friends like in Jess's life who are willing to pursue them and be the bridge that helps pull them out of a very dark place and show them what love really looks like in more of a sacrificial way. Yeah, very, very beautiful. I know as we've gone on, we've heard, you know, like Dad said, probably 8, 9 different stories now, plus a few videos. And so each of them are unique, but all of them also are showing how God redeems people no matter where they're at. And that he's in the business of using humans we're all broken in different ways and making something beautiful out of it. And so getting to see that in the smiles and the laughter and the joy that all of our ICM family have because God showed up faithfully and they were willing to follow him and to love him and to try to understand where he's taking them next in life. It's been awesome. So
yeah,
been fun. That's for sure.
That's great. And Joe, yeah, I mean, so I guess, you know, Joe, you're not a normal part of the Bad Apples podcast, but you are a normal part of all of our lives.
That's right.
So,
and Joe is a board member of Inner City.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, okay, there you go.
There is a connection there.
I just figured it was like, you know,
official meeting. Right
I must have missed. See, every time I see Joe,
we almost have a quorum.
He always has something from Incredibly Delicious for me, and so
I know.
I was kind of
dropped a few cakes off of my
Incredibly
doorstep.
delicious.
It's
Incredibly
I'm a
delicious.
little disappointed I didn't get a cake tonight, but it's all right. I'll forgive you
There's still
because
time.
they're
There's
not
still
they're not
time.
open yet.
There's still time.
You got Patrick's number. We can.
Yeah, there you go.
Probably
Get
making
something over.
macarons
There you
right
go.
now.
Joe, so like, have you been tuning in at all throughout the day? Or,
Yeah,
you
I've been watching. Other than a safety meeting I had to attend for about 2 hours. Yeah, I've been watching the whole day. I really can't add too much more.
Was this more exciting than the safety meeting?
Worlds.
Okay. That's right.
go, baby.
New tagline.
I cannot emphasize that enough.
Conversation on the bench.
Were you
Better than a
driving and
safety
watching
meeting.
at the same time?
No, it was a 2-hour email. That's what a safety
He's
meeting
sitting
was.
there on YouTube. Should I?
Oh,
Let's see
man.
which one.
But I guess you guys have said everything that I believe more beautifully than I probably could. But the only thing I could really add is, if you believe that God is love, and you believe that love is God, and you believe that where you see love, you see God. We've heard testimonies today that just show God in present in their lives. And if you can't hear those testimonies and you can't see a transformative love there, I don't think you're paying attention, because it's just so obvious. Just how transformative, not just God, but how this place trying to be a conduit to God's love has been to so many people. And so,
Yeah, that's awesome.
So can I insert one more thing?
Of course.
As we've been going along throughout the day, I've been capturing some of the epic quotes that I've heard.
Okay.
From the myriad of testimonies that we've had. And there's been one that has it's been in my mind for the last 2 hours.
I love it.
Or last hour and a half since we heard Donna's testimony. It's a sad quote, but it's profound. At one point in her testimony, Donna says, you don't realize the hell you're in when you're in it. And one of the themes that has been coming up constantly today is this theme of how long does it take, or how long did it take you to trust the mission? And what did it take to cross that barrier from not trust to trust? And we had more than one person make the observation that before my barrier broke, my hard shell broke, and I actually learned to trust people here, I had no one that I could count on in my life. I could not trust anyone. And this also, that quote from Donna, it becomes the theme of what we hear in everyone who has this transformation of looking back now. Like, it goes back to what Michelle Randall was saying in her testimony, as she's working with residents now. And she's like, sometimes I just want to shake people because I know exactly what they need and they're not doing it. But you don't know the hell that you're in when you're in it. And that's the sad reality, but the vast contrast and the great opportunity that you have as you are spreading the love of Christ, as you are being the love of Christ and being in a setting that is saturated with the love of Christ. You are helping people shatter the paradigm of hell that they thought that is what existence is. That is all that it is. So that's sad quote, but it's profound because it's being replicated a lot today.
Yeah.
Replicated against the testimonies that come out of it, of turning around and that quote being exposed for the truth that it is, or the lie, whichever way you look at it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it sounds like it's been a really a deep day, based on what you guys are saying, just a very, very deep and emotional, but beautiful day of seeing all of those stories take shape. And so,
and now cold. Now a cold
and
day.
now it's cold. It's a cold
That's
evening.
right.
And there was
So
I was surprised with, we had at least two ladies that truly believed they would be dead now if the mission wasn't here.
Yeah.
And the thing, I guess, I also asked the question to many of them, what would you say to our donors? And the sincerity in their voices. Almost every one of them just kind of hesitated and just it's like just like thank you. You know, I mean, just thank you. And you could just it's almost like they were struggling with the same thing I always struggle with. When somebody does something for you, you know, how do you say thank you? How do you get it out so people can really understand how valuable you know that they are in your life? Because all you have is words, you know, and
Sure.
so I could see them struggling, but also expressing that that appreciation in their let me get it out. Let me be able to say it. So
Yeah.
yeah.
And to piggyback off that is as someone who's not on the staff side, but who is on the donor side, not just like you said through time being a board member, but through dollars as well. My response to that would be quite simply, "You're welcome."
Yeah.
And you know, I can speak to. I think I'm happy to speak for any donor to Inner City Mission out there. It's not just you're welcome, but thank you for opening yourselves up and you know getting to the point where you can break down the barriers to listen and to learn and to trust and to make yourself available for the love of God to work in you. It can't, you know, this place does a lot. Don't get me wrong. We could spend the next 2 hours with me just rambling about, you know, for lack of a better term, the genius of how this place works. But it doesn't work without a single resident being able to be broken enough and be open enough to trust and to allow God to work in them. I mean, so they have our, you know, we're happy to donate, but we're happier to see them be willing to transfer themselves and to do the hard work themselves to get to that point. So
yeah,
because you notice how one of the other themes that kind of ran through is how difficult it was. You know, I mean, how difficult it was to put aside that which all I've ever known was, you know, and it was several times. It was almost like they said it, and then they realized, man, I'm making this sound way too easier than what it was, and then they would back up. It was difficult. It was hard, but you know,
the Christ journey for all of us has that stronghold that has to be broken down. You talked about, you know, you grew up, you know, you were born and in church the next Sunday, you know, but you still had your own strongholds. You had your own barriers to break down to be able to make this place what it was. And I certainly have my barriers that had to be broken down. Probably still have barriers to be broken down.
I do
and
too.
we, you know, I think we can speak for all of us in that same vein. And so,
yeah, I love it. Well, hey, one of the things that I like to do on the podcast and in my job, play some games. So,
baby.
one of the things in our, you know, our steak dinner and our taco dinner before this get together, I'd ask you guys.
there was steak dinner before. How come nobody mentioned this?
Hey, listen, you know, it's
now
I mean, it was a steak burger, is what it ended up being. But you know, steak in the sense.
One dinner at a time.
That's right.
Now, I'm the one that took him to the steak place.
That's
that
right.
was cheaper than the taco place. So I just want to make that.
So true. That's why Joe wasn't originally on the podcast, because we don't have to go get 2 steaks before.
So anyway, one of the things that you guys have talked about is this idea of home, and you'd mentioned that, Caleb, is that distinction between just having a place to live, but really like instead, what is home and how's that changed? That definition changed. So what I thought would be fun is I have a list of famous addresses for different homes that you could come across in a show or in a movie or something like that. I want to see how you guys do. You know,
this is gonna be good.
Yeah, I believe in this. Okay, so you guys want to start? Let's start with what I think will be an easier one.
White House.
All right. No.
1600 Pennsylvania.
Number 4, Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey.
Surrey.
Off the, I can't even remember my own address, let alone
Privet.
4
What's
Privet
in Surrey,
Drive,
England?
Little Winging, Surrey.
I'm inviting a feminine view to this also.
Sure.
Oh,
So-
snaps.
I didn't know Luke.
Donna.
It's Donna.
What's up, Donna?
Come on
Hey,
over here and sit
hey,
right here
what's
by
up,
me,
sister?
Donna. Sit
Okay,
right there
sorry.
between
Intelligence
us.
quotient.
We were
certainly
just
gonna
talking
go up,
about
Since
you.
I'm not
All right.
fully in the thing,
We'll
that's
take
fine.
All right,
Luke
so wait,
starts to
wait,
get up
wait.
from behind
This
the
is supposed
camera.
to be the easy one?
Yeah, this is an easier
This
one.
is the easy one.
This is an
What'd you
easier
say?
one. I said
Something in Surrey.
number. No, not
Let's
Sherlock
see.
Holmes. Not Sherlock Holmes.
Grant
Number
Carey
4,
is from Surrey.
Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey. I'll give you guys a hint. The main character who lived there didn't have a traditional room.
Harry
Potter.
Yes, there we go.
Oh,
There it is, Harry Potter. Okay,
Nice.
all right, you guys got this.
That
Okay,
was
Wait, no.
Isaac.
You were
Okay.
the louder one.
all right.
What do we get?
All right.
We want
Here we go.
prizes.
Here's
What do we
another
get?
one. Here's
What do
another
we
one.
get?
All right. 124 Conch Street,
Ooh,
Bikini Bottom.
Oh,
SpongeBob.
that's
Hey, there we go.
SpongeBob.
Joe
That's
coming
right.
in.
couldn't
With
get spun.
I
the-
never could
but-
do it.
all
I
right.
never would have gotten that
All
one.
right. 742 Evergreen Terrace
Oh,
That's
in
uh,
Springfield.
that's The Simpsons.
Yeah,
It's The
yeah,
Simpsons.
that's it.
Two
That's
for
it.
Joe. Man, I
Simpsons.
love to see
Just
We
it.
brought a ringer.
All right. Here we
You get
go.
away from
Here we
books.
go.
and get
I
the
really
TV
thought you
up
guys
there.
would have caught on to the Harry Potter one faster. Okay, here we go. Let's go with this one's a little bit more difficult. Okay.
No, these are
All
hard
right.
enough.
We're 3 for 3.
It's 2187 Westerly Avenue, Gary, Indiana.
Gary, Indiana.
Gary, Indiana.
I'll give you a hint. It's a
Larry
Christmas
Bird.
movie.
A Christmas Story.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
a
yeah.
Christmas story.
That's
Yeah.
it. That's
Yep,
it.
a Christmas story.
Just
Very
give it
good.
not
Joe
Larry Bird's
already.
address.
Very good. All right, here we go. Let's go with 221B Baker Street, London.
That's Sherlock Holmes,
Hey, there
baby.
you go. There you go.
It's almost got a home in his name.
Yep.
Baker Street.
Okay, let's go with. All right, I'm gonna kick one way back.
Oh, snap.
All right,
You're up, Dad.
1313 Mockingbird Lane.
That's the Monsters, right?
It's the Monsters. Oh my God.
Joe sweeps in and
Joe.
steals it.
Oh,
Holy
man.
cow.
Oh. All right. Another one in that same vein. 0001 Cemetery Lane.
That feels like
Ooh.
that,
the
Adam's family.
That's the Adams Family.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna give it to Isaac because
Yeah,
Joe's
yeah,
beating
worms
the
crawling.
bricks off
Give him
y'all.
that.
Crawl out.
All right.
Bugs play pinochle on your snout.
Okay, here we go. 24 Maple Drive, Shermer, Illinois. Another Christmas movie.
Sherman.
Oh, wait. Oh, is that Home Alone?
It is Home Alone.
Yeah,
way to go.
Chicago.
Good
Uh,
job.
All
Well, I've got
right.
3 now. Joe's got what, 4?
All right. And this one's a little tough. All right. 17 Cherry Tree Lane, London. This movie I believe it has Dick Van Dyke in it.
Mary Poppins. Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins. Yeah, way to go.
Quiet.
All right. See,
Joe sweeps it again.
here we go. All right, this one. I got this one's for you, Isaac.
Uh-oh.
All right.
A
Okay.
lot of pressure.
P. Sherman, 42 Wallaby
Finding
Way.
Nemo.
Yeah, there you go.
Who was it?
Finding Nemo.
Finding
Finding
Nemo.
Nemo.
All right. Okay.
Technically, it's the coral that's off the coast. That's the home in that movie, right?
What?
Well, if we're gonna deal with
That's- I mean,
semantics,
okay.
okay.
That's where the dentist office is 42 Wallaby Way.
Yeah.
All right. And then let's go one more here. 344 Clinton Street, apartment 3B, New York City.
Seinfeld.
Spider-Man.
No.
You were closer than Seinfeld.
Superman?
Nope.
No.
There's
Friends?
4 of them
Friends?
raised by a master.
Turtles?
The
Oh,
Turtles.
Ninja
yes.
Turtles?
Caleb's on the board.
Wait, what was that address again?
It said 344 Clinton Street, apartment 3B, New York City.
They lived in a sewer.
It's their sewer entrance is nearby, is what it says on the sheet. It says the sewer entrance
It probably says
is
sub-level in quotation
yeah,
marks.
yeah. So anyway, I
How did you get that, Kayla? That's crazy.
This was one of the wonderful things that you can get off ChatGPT. Is just ask it for famous addresses,
great.
and it may or may not be right. I only had to change one of them because it was wrong. So with that though, this idea of home. So what, Scott? What's exactly the way that you've been asking the question?
When I say the word home, what comes to your mind first?
I love it. So I'm going to turn the question on to everybody else.
Oh, baby.
Have you guys already answered? Well, it doesn't matter. It's 11, almost midnight. Is it almost midnight?
No, we haven't.
Just
we
about.
haven't,
Oh, yeah. All right. So, hey, here's your chance. We're going to pick at random. Caleb, go ahead.
What is a home?
Go ahead and say it one more time.
All right. When you think of the word home, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
It's got to be just family. That's what I think of.
Good answer.
Does that mean it's my turn?
Yeah.
I think stability. That's what I think.
I thought of my baby girls the moment you asked that.
Yeah.
I mean, family, where I feel loved, my people, where I can chillax and feel at peace and know that, I belong.
Yeah.
It all comes to mind, but also just playing with my girls, hanging out in the living room.
Yeah. Donna, what about you?
I already answered it online, but ICM. That's what it was for me.
Yeah.
And it's all of that, everything that everybody said, because it's kind of, it's here,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love that. Scott, what about you?
I did put a whole lot of words into this one, I think, and it's safety. It's the joy and peace is in there. It's security in the people that they're going to take care of you. They're looking out for you. The safety, and the world seems unsafe, and home seems safe. I mean, it's there. I can rest. With safety comes all kinds of attributes.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what
I know for me, when you asked the question at tacos, I had thought of like wherever my people are is wherever home is. And then, we, with youth group stuff, we take a lot of trips. We go a lot of different places, and inevitably with the Airbnb or the camp or, wherever it is that we're staying becomes home. Like as we refer to, all right, we're going to go to Walmart, then we're going to go home. It's really not back to Springfield. It's just wherever we gather together as a people.
Yeah.
Yep. It's wherever home base is. And so, and that's, whether it's a family vacation or a youth group trip, the address is kind of immaterial. It's really who is there and when they gather there. So with that in mind,
do you need another chair? Or are you feeling comfortable?
Oh, I'll be all right. I'm gonna keep bouncing around.
I know you'll be all right, but do you need another one?
I'm mostly just worried that the chair's gonna betray me at some point. It's gonna make great TV.
That was
if
part
it
of the
does.
podcast. The joke that we were seeing how long it would last.
Very comfortable chair.
I said
We actually sawed one of the,
not
the
the saw
legs.
so far, so you should make it 2.3 hours.
Starts cracking, and we know we're getting
Oh
close.
man, 2.3.
What, I had $10 on 1:30 a.m.
Yeah, that's right.
Dropping.
Oh, man. Yikes. Well, darn it. Okay. Well, with the home stuff in mind. So, Scott, I guess this is mostly like directed at you, but why'd you pick that question of all the questions to ask everybody? Why is that the question that keeps coming up?
Can I ask you a question?
Oh,
yes. This is your
Sounds
show.
like you just
I
did.
just am sitting
I
here.
don't know, your name's on the screen, Garrett. It's not this show.
What do we call inner city mission?
What do you call inner city mission? Oh,
It's
gosh.
a what?
He's looking for the tagline.
It's a what? No. What's inner city mission? What's contact ministries? What's helping hands?
is it a homeless mission? Is
Homeless shelter.
Homeless shelter. Okay.
Okay.
You're like, is this a trick?
I'm sweating over here. We need to turn off the heater.
That's a trick question.
It wasn't really a trick question.
For being the guy
Harder
furthest
from
away
here,
from the
Gary.
heater, I feel like I'm on the hot seat.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not. I would say it. I'm sorry. So, if we're running a homeless shelter here, okay, Helping Hands run a homeless shelter. If you're running a homeless shelter, you better understand what homeless is or what home is. Okay, if you don't understand what home is, are you really running a homeless shelter if you don't know what home is?
Yeah.
And so I wanted to ask people, what do you think home is? Because what we try and do here is truly make it home. Okay. It's not a housing shelter.
Yeah.
It's not a feeding shelter. It's not a clothing shelter. It's a homeless shelter. People who don't have the safety, the family, all these things that were just said. And in the responses throughout the day, and then ours too, it mimics that. It shows that. So that's the reason why I asked that question, because it so often we use words and we put all kinds of meanings to them, and until you really unpack the reality of what the word is, you really don't know if you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
And so that's why I asked.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and I think that's a better answer. Next time, I'm going to brush up on my study guide before I sit down, though.
Come up with more addresses, it sounds like.
Yeah, that's right.
Try not to
Next
make people
game, no. It smelled like a trap. I wasn't sure, but well, I mean, I think it's a great question, and that's a great way of thinking about it too. You know, so often people associate a homeless ministry or a homeless shelter with just the shelter piece of that, you know, without providing the stability, the safety, the security, the family, you know. And I would be interested too, you know, from all the stories that you've heard today and all the stories that you guys have heard in the past from Inner City Mission, what, like, of all of the things about home, like that we would say, oh, that's what makes home home. Like, what do you think resonates most with residents here? Like, what does that? Am I making sense with my question? Like, of all the things that we talked about, like that, when you think home, you think family or where your people are or security and safety. I don't remember what you said, Caleb.
Family.
Yeah, family. You know, those kind of things, you know. Which one, it's like, once somebody who's a resident here feels this piece, they really feel like they belong here.
I think the safety comes before family.
Okay.
I think it takes a while for people to feel like they are family, even though they can sense this is what it's about. Well, what we see often, what I love seeing, sometimes it's 2 weeks into their stay here. Sometimes it's a lot longer. But it's almost like there's this subtle emotional transition that a person goes through, where if I could describe what the transition is, it's just like an exhale. It's just like a, you know, okay.
I would say that it's almost a space of understanding that you're accepted regardless, you know, because there is this thing that, and I know I did it myself, I know others have done it, where you almost test it, you keep testing it because it, you know, that's how you push people away, you know, and all that stuff. And here it did. I mean, if you stick around long enough, it doesn't happen, you know. And like you said, it does take a lot longer for some of us, you know, to figure that out. But that's because, you know,
What doesn't
acceptance.
happen? You said, it doesn't happen. What do you mean? What doesn't happen?
Balls dropping.
Yeah.
What balls are you dropping?
He said walls.
Like the
What? I will repeat it.
Like the
Church
shell
punch,
people
get punchy
put around
here at
themselves
Is
is
there
being
any,
broke.
Luke, is there any
and
way
they're-
we can get
they're
closed
actually-
captioning on this side for Scott so that we can see what people are saying?
Closed captioning would be good. Eventually, Zuckerberg's going to have glasses where you can have real life closed captioning
That's
on
right.
every
Oh, man.
conversation you have, and then you'll be set.
I bet you the new Meta glasses will do it. So,
Right, they probably do.
I think
But no,
what-
like the shell breaking and your yeah.
Okay. I think what stands out to me, like Sarah's story, where she was really didn't talk to anyone for the first like year of being here. So I think oftentimes with residents, what we see is like they're learning just to be like seen for the first time, like to actually like have people see them and want them around and care about them. Then they're learning how to be accepted and understood, like to the level of understanding that we can have as staff. Like, okay, you see me, you value me, or whatever that means. You want to hear my story, and then that really transitions into this idea of being loved and like truly wanted here as a part of the family. So I think with Sarah, like that idea of like she didn't hardly come out of her room for 6 months. Then she started coming out, but was hardly talking to anybody. And then eventually she started to understand that like, oh, they see me, they care about me, and they actually want me to be a part of the family here. And so, I mean, she was, I think, a resident here for 18 months ish, maybe a little bit longer. And then she eventually came back as staff. But like that entire transition took months and months and months because she had this just long, complicated past that she was trying to walk out of or help us understand so that we could better love her and give what's needed. And so I think that idea of like, finding peace here, a lot of times it's being seen is kind of unnerving, I think, for a lot of our residents all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Because you go from like, I'm not wanted, I deserve what I've experienced in life to, oh, like I can be something different. I can be something new. I can be loved. And I think that scares a lot of our residents at first and takes some time for them to kind of flex that muscle of being loved.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Well, I am probably the person who knows the least about Inner City Mission that's been on the show so far today. Like, I think that's probably a fair thing to say. So
you're the winner.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect. So as somebody who doesn't know a whole lot about Inner City Mission, maybe somebody else is stumbling into this now at right around the midnight hour. What happens here? Like, what is a normal, like, so how does somebody get plugged in here, and then what does that look like? What are the rules? I think there's some pieces that I'm missing in some of the stories, although they're all incredibly, profound and great. I don't know how it works. So how would you like somebody tell me how it works?
Well, we've been trying to define that for 40 years.
Somebody tell us how it works,
do you
please.
take the eternal magic and put it into finite words? It's kind of difficult. But
see, I am saying all this because Joe said he could talk for 2 hours about the genius of this place. And
So what I'm saying has been gleaned from the Geniuses campaign over many eggs and bacon breakfasts spanning 20 some years. But what I think the real genius is a management style that's modeled on love, where instead of a quota of people coming to Jesus or a quota of people getting out and getting stable and getting on their home, the real guidepost to success is simply the degree to which all the staff here love the residents. And when I say love the residents, I don't just mean provide a home, provide classes to gain stability, but I mean really love them in the space that they're in, so that, if it takes them a year to get to the point where they want to talk to someone, or it takes them 6 months before they had the confidence to go get a job and save money and gain stability in a real way. Love is patient, love is kind, love is all of these things that become the guideposts with which this place runs and this place sees success. So that encompasses a lot of things. It's not easy. Sometimes you have to be tough. Sometimes you have to make the hard choice to let a resident go, because not because you hate them or because you've done something bad, but because you actually love them enough to say, hey, where you're at right now, this isn't going to work for you. And where you're at right now, it actually isn't going to work. It's not just we're loving you, but we're also loving the other people by making the hard choice to say, you have to leave. And love sets boundaries, love models, and by implementing that sort of management style to the day-to-day operations of this place, every resident in their own way can see love in action. And it's like I kind of said in the beginning, if God is love and love is God, and you believe when you see love you see God, you see God in action every single day in this place. Sometimes it takes a resident a long time to see it, but if you know what to look for and you kind of understand what godly love looks like, what agape love looks like, you see it every minute of every day in this place.
And I could probably offer like a 10,000 foot overview of the program just to kind of give a backbone to it. So we use like the 3 stages, the CPR acronym a lot. So calming the chaos, promoting the potential, receiving the reward. And so calming the chaos, the reason we start there is lots of times when families move in or an individual moves in, they're coming out of survival mode, right? Some of the stories we heard today, they might have just tried to commit suicide the week prior, or they might have just been thrown out from their abuser's home, or they might have, just got thrown out of the last couch they were able to surf on. So like they're trying to figure out, how am I going to feed myself, potentially my children, and just be safe for 24 hours. So we kind of open the door to anyone that comes in. We don't really know what they're bringing with them, but we know certainly, just like everyone, they have baggage. And so when they come in, they're going to get their own room. So that room, it's 12 by 12 feet, not huge, has a bunk bed, but they get a key. So this becomes their space where they can make it, in a sense, a place hopefully can become a home where they feel safe, secure. They can lock the door, they can put their stuff in there, make it their own. And then we have guidelines, safety things that they sign off on, because we're trying to maintain the peace of a house with, 30 to 40 people. So if someone comes in with a very chaotic story, we need them to sign off on some expectations on a safety level, because we're trying to protect the other 39 people that are living here. And so calming the chaos, it sometimes takes a month, sometimes it takes 6 months, sometimes it takes longer. But the whole point of that process is we're trying to create a space where they can start to let down and come out of that survival mode. My dad has a quote that we use a lot. It's hard. You can't build a house in the middle of a hurricane. Like, yes, as Americans, we want to start building the foundation, building the frameworks. Let's get some job skill training. Let's get some boundaries going. Let's get this person looking like Jesus, day one. And that's really great until the next gust of wind blows the wall back down. And so when we say patience and discernment, a lot of it is we're trying to feel out this person's personality. Why are they here? Why do they need the services with us? Are they, a very dominant personality that's just run people over and they got kicked out of their house because of it? Or are they a very passive personality that's been taken advantage of their whole life? Or are they somewhere in between? And so as a staff, we have people that are on staff for 12-hour shifts, 24-hour shifts, sometimes 40-hour shifts, depending on the day of the week. And so what that really allows us to do is have a lot of very genuine and authentic moments to learn about each other. Sometimes it's at 6 a.m. when they come down to get coffee, or sometimes it's at 11 p.m. whenever everyone's asleep and they're out smoking a cigarette. So I think having that kind of more raw environment that can generate more genuine, just human to human contact allows our staff to really understand who this person is, not just the story they're presenting us, not just the rehearsed, this is who I am, this is why I'm homeless, and this is why I need to get back on my feet. It's like, oh, we're actually kind of living together in a sense. Like our staff members, a lot of supervisors have a bedroom in the back. They sleep back there. So they're kind of on the clock 24/7. And so you kind of move in when you come on shift here. You're kind of moving in to live with the people that are here. And so that then transitions into the promoting the potential side of things. Okay, now that we've kind of learned the gifts that God's given you, the strengths that God's given you, and certainly the weaknesses and the blind spots that God's given you that other people might have taken advantage of, how can we start to fit in some of these missing pieces, these resources? We use that term a lot. Maybe it is just boundaries. Like, who's a safe person? Some of us have, from a young age, have been told who are safe and who are not safe. So that seems kind of like a basic idea. But to some people, they didn't realize who was unsafe is the person, that's been hurting them. And so they continue to go back to this person only to be hurt again. And so we're starting to fit in some of these pieces. And that's where you get all sorts of beautiful conversations, because they're starting to explore and, like I said, kind of flex that muscle of being understood, being loved, and then starting to actually reflect that in their own life into the lives of other people. And then that moves into the last one, which is receiving the reward. And that reward is relational resources. So yes, Inner City Mission, we want to be a relational resource to all of the people that live here. But we also want them to turn into the people that can be relational resources to their family, to their friend group when they leave Inner City Mission, and have, that foundation to understand who is an actual relational resource that they can cling to, once they leave Inner City. And hopefully Jesus gets a hold of them while they're here, because everything we do is through this belief, this faith of Jesus Christ being that rock that we build our trust in. And so certainly you don't have to come to know Jesus, I'd say, to go through our program and to now no longer be homeless. But it seems like the majority of our transformation stories is when they start to put their trust in something deeper than even our staff can do. And that's to be with Jesus Christ, someone who can be with them for the rest of their life, no matter whatever situation they walk into. Even if they happen to slide back into some poor living conditions or go back to something they used to do prior, Jesus is now with them to help carry them back out of that again. So I don't know, that might help give a broad structure of how it works. We've got classes, Bible studies, all those types of things, but our focus or our hope is to go at their pace. What is it that's going to work for them to understand and to adopt love in their life? And sometimes as a staff member or as a stability coach, when you're working with one person, you want them to get it. You want them to help themselves and to move forward. And sometimes you just have to sit back and say, God, it's in your timing. Please give me another, week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month of patience to know how to help this person see what needs to be seen. So,
yeah. And what's beautiful about that, from my perspective, is that sort of process, isn't just a process about dealing with a person in homelessness. That's relational to how we should deal with everybody. I mean, every single person in this video right now has impacted me in the same way, using that same basic train of thought, which is, hey, this is where you're at, whether it be in a good space or a really bad space. I'm not here to solve your problems, but I am here to walk alongside you in your problems. I'm here to walk alongside you in your pace at the pace you need. And if I can help you, I'm here to help you. Like that's just a common way to relate Jesus to everyone you interact with. It doesn't have to be a homeless person at a homeless shelter. It should be the ethos which drives our heart to the people that we relate with on an everyday basis, whether they be here, whether they be in our families, or be in our with our parents or with our friends or whatever. It is love, and the love of Christ and the love of God that is driving all this. You've probably in the amount of years you've been here, you've probably talked with dozens, if not hundreds, of people who have run homeless shelters or have run churches or have run ministries of some other kind.
I stay away from those folks.
That measure success.
I know that's not true.
In vastly different ways. that are measuring, you've probably dealt with churches that are measuring success by how many people are baptized. You're measuring ministries by how many people are doing this thing or how many people are doing this thing, and they're not measuring it by the simple relational aspect of how can I come alongside you where you need me in this moment. And that's when I say the genius of this place, that's what I mean, the genius of this place. Like, that is the true measure of success in Inner City Mission, is how every single staff member is walking alongside a person relationally in the place that they're in at this moment, whether it be with Christ, or whether it not be with Christ, or whether it be in chaos, or whether it be in peace. And that is the gospel lived 110%. That is the fundamental genius of Inner City Mission. It's an ethos that he's created and modeled to his staff and to residents for as long as I've known him. That's hard, and I'm giving him credit. That's hard for me to do. That's hard for me to do.
No, every time he gives me credit, I have to buy him another breakfast.
Well, I'll take a breakfast.
One of the things, starting off, talking with residents, that maybe kind of goes along with some of this, is one of the beliefs we have, and I say this a lot, I don't know how much it gets picked up, but we define truth as outcomes over time. Because early on in this work, I realized that I was getting lied to 5.6 times a week. You just find, and so it's like, okay, God, how do we define truth? What is real and what isn't? And so when residents come in, and they'll tell us or tell me their story type of thing, and I say, that's really nice. And you ask, what do they want to do? And they tell you. And I said, now, I want you to understand something. I don't know why you would even trust me. I don't even know if you should trust me. How do you know that I, Scott Payne, am trustworthy? The way in which you're going to find that out is not by the words I tell you, same way with you, not by the words what you just told me. How you need to figure out if I'm trustworthy is to take time and to see what I do, because the reality of what I do is the truth of who I am. And you can speed that up a little bit by talking to other people who know me and see what they say and see if it matches up with what I do. Now, I'm going to do the same thing. You just told me your history. You just told me what you want to do and accomplish. And I'm going to measure what you just said by what you do. Now, the importance of that is we need to get away from, and especially many of the people who come in, want to believe what they hear so bad that they turn their brain off and allow their emotions to fully engage into what someone tells them. And the reality is there's a lot of people who fudge the truth. And if you just slow down and see what they're actually doing and define, is this what they said and is this what I want? It's a glaring no, and then you can actually deal with the truth of the reality. And so that's one of it's just stuff like that we try and talk as staff, and we try and subtly bring into the residents' lives to look at life and give tools so that they can measure really what is a relational resource and what is a relational dead end, what is sucking me dry and what isn't. And so that's really just some of the things that we do. And a lot of times it's, it kind of shocks people when I say, I don't know why you should trust me. You don't know me. But let's talk about how you can trust me. And it's not just me, it's every other person you meet. So let's start developing boundaries. Let's start developing a process so that you can actually slow down and learn what a person's truth is. And so it's just stuff like that, I think that help all these other things that we do here at the mission. So,
Yeah.
anyways,
Well, I mean, that's awesome. I mean, I think that, like, what Isaac was saying, that really helped me visualize what's happening. But the way that you guys are talking about it really, and it reveals the heart, and the pace, I guess, is what I'm getting. Correct me if I'm wrong. Here at Inner City Mission is slow. It's like there's not a strong agenda necessarily. Like there's a hope of this is where we want you to go, but we're going to walk with you in it. As long as you're walking with us, we're walking with you, no matter what that looks like.
As long as the person isn't harming other people.
Right.
Okay. And we really look at two basic things. One, does the person have an ability to take any kind of direction whatsoever? And does the person have a willingness to take responsibility for themselves and their children at all? If a person doesn't have at least a smidgen of each one of those things, they're not going to succeed here. But then we will explain that to them and have them go back, and maybe not even here, but go back and think about, as life falls apart, which one of those areas caused it to fall apart. That you can't, number one, you can't define what is positive direction. You can't take responsibility for oneself. And the reality is the pain and heartache that people come out of. And it is so true. I mean, it is so true. But have you come and allowed that pain to then take you to, as one of the ladies said here tonight, the foundation she found when she got so low was the actual bedrock of Jesus, but she had to get that low. Are you willing to understand when you're down, right? This is the foundation, and this is what I'm going to build on and move up. So, anyways, that sounded a whole lot better before I said it. But hey, it filled some time and it's late. So
yeah, I think it sounded great. So, well, I mean that gives me I hope that gives anybody that's listening or following along like a really clear picture of what the mission is.
One other thing, and I'll make this really quick.
We're done. It's okay. It's 12:15. If you make it really long, it could be 1 o'clock. So.
It's the importance is, I think, and Joe talked about this a lot, is to be efficient in the right areas and be efficient in agape love. Wait, I'm saying this wrong. I'm actually saying it backwards. Because really, what we try and do is we try and be efficient. And the reality is we need to be effective. Efficient and effective aren't the same thing. Effective is I want to be effective. I want to do the right thing. We can be efficient in the wrong thing and not be effective. But you can't be effective without being efficient. But so often our world is so proud that I'm efficient in how I take all the stats. I mean, I think about housing stuff, and it's a big stat thing. We got to be efficient in how we get all the stats. Well, but those stats, how effective are they in helping somebody not be homeless? I mean, it's less than 1% of the whole value. You can throw out all the stats and still be successful in homeless. So I find when we can't be effective in the big thing, then we find small things, that we want to become efficient in, because, hey, I'm efficient in this. Yeah, but what's that do for you? So
Gets you money.
Yeah,
That's what it does. It gets you money. It
But
gets you
anyways, I mean, I don't
grants.
know if that makes sense, but really accepting the most important thing is what I want to be effective in. And that's transform lives. That's living life differently, not just be efficient in moving people through the mission and that type of thing. And I think a lot of people get those two words mixed up and spend a whole lot of time on the efficient and not effective. In fact, that's probably one of the things that you would say in the governmental world or the big corporation world. People are very proud that they're efficient, but it's not effective, and eventually the company goes broke or things are all messed up because they're efficient in the wrong things. So,
well, and effectiveness in ministry in general is not cookie cutter. You know, efficiency is it's easy to replicate and duplicate, and it's easy to like celebrate in that sense of like, hey, this is a metric I can measure over and over and over again, and it gets people excited. And you know, efficiency is sexy. You know, effectiveness sometimes is not. It's slow. It's like it takes a long time, and effectiveness. It's something that you said about it, right? And you had said what you measure truth by. What is it? Repeated outcomes over time. Well, time is not efficient. So like, it's not a good efficiency metric. You know, you measure efficiency by small quantities of time and packing as much something into that time. And so a lot of times you don't know something's effective until you've had repeated outcomes over time.
Right.
I'm gonna get it. You know, then I'll forget it.
Outcomes over time, but it's
keep saying it, you'll get it.
Your repeated outcomes or just outcomes over time.
Is
there repeated in
if
there?
He repeats it over time, you'll realize it's outcomes over time.
Outcomes over time.
It's
truth equals outcomes over time. Scott Payne.
Tomato. You know.
Well, we have a whole lot of government programs. We have a whole lot of programs that work for 6 months or a year, because when you start it, there's all this excitement and everything else, and then the effectiveness of it starts to wane because it really wasn't a positive program. You're pulling out the resources, the excitement's gone, and so the reality is that really wasn't the best use of time, energy. But I've already invested. Now I have to build it up and say, look how good it is. I got to throw more money at it so that I don't have to admit, maybe this isn't the best thing to do. I mean, I can't tell you how many best practices have been thrown away in the garbage in this homeless world that I've worked with, that I get so tired of people say, well, the best practice. And I said, give me year and date. You know, best practice for 2025. Okay, what about 2026? Is it going to be the same thing? You know, I mean, and it's so, don't die on that sword, but that's efficient. You know, this is what. So, anyways, I'm getting off into.
How long have you been doing homeless ministry?
Me, 32 years.
32 years. How long is Inner City Mission?
42.
Okay.
I came here 10 years after it. I came on its 10th anniversary.
So who started Inner City Mission?
There was 8. Why don't you? Somebody else want to talk?
Churches.
Yeah. I mean, there was 7 or 8 churches. I think 7 churches in the Springfield area. And I used to know them all, but they all saw the rising homeless problem on a national level in the 80s, and they realized that they actually had a local issue as well. And so they actually all met at Lakeside and had a discussion of like, what would it look like if all of us actually tithed into a program to actually start a Christian homeless ministry in Springfield. And so they bought a small house over on 5th Street. It was a 4-bedroom house. One was for like whoever the lodge supervisor was or whatever they called that person at the time. And then so they could house 3 families to start with. And so they ran out of that for about 6 or 8 years. I can't remember the specifics. But then this property came available. It actually used to be the housing for the nuns that worked at St. John's.
Okay.
And so it was already kind of designed for communal living.
Yeah, it was a neighborhood convent back in the 60s.
Which was awesome. And so
jackpot.
Honestly, the inside, The inside's pretty similar to what it looked like layout wise whenever they first moved in here. Now, of course, we've updated floors and done all of that stuff, but like
You still have crucifixes, right, in the rosary?
that's right.
No?
Never forget, baby. Never forget. So then that
we almost got thrown
expanded
out
it.
of a hospital one time. My wife and I would go up and visit someone at St. John's. She wasn't looking. She took her winter coat off and put it on the coat rack. And the nun came in and said, "Who desecrated Jesus?" It was a crucifix. And I was like, "Oh." I thought we were going to get
It's
thrown
just a
out.
themed coat rack. I didn't know.
Please tell me you guys have a crucifix as a coat rack at home.
No, we do not.
Oh,
No, we
come
do
on.
not. No, we do not.
That's a golden Christmas present right there.
Oh my.
Oh man.
And you've been forgiven, my son, for even saying that.
Amazon wish list right there.
There you go.
Man, Timu's got to have it.
That-
Well,
anyways,
it's about time that we play another game.
Oh, baby, we're back.
Try
Wait, so
to
Joe took home the first game,
get
right?
the what I
Joe
like to
got
call
round
this
one.
one is inner city mission impossible or possible. So I'm gonna say something, and you have to decide whether it is possible or impossible. Okay,
man.
Possible, impossible. Are we ready?
So are we just responding with the thumbs up, thumbs down, or
Thumbs
we
up,
actually...
thumbs down.
Okay.
Thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay, all right, here we go. All right.
Wait, we're all practicing our thumbs.
No, wait. How does this work?
Possible, not possible. Unsure.
You should have watched
Play on
Gladiator.
both sides. You know. All right, so you can lick your elbow. You can lick your own elbow.
Was just like me personally can lick my elbow?
No, people can lick their own. Generally, people can lick their own
how
elbow.
to try.
Is it possible or impossible to lick your own elbow?
Possible or impossible? Impossible.
Yeah,
You cannot lick your own
There's
elbow.
never been a single person in the world.
Well, I'm sure there's somebody who has once, but
I know,
you know,
some people
like
can like
normal
break their arm in
people,
half.
I
I certainly
qualified
can,
it.
and I
Okay.
have tried.
The
All
question
right.
is,
All right.
if you've been in an accident and then you test it.
Double jointed.
All right. There's an underwater waterfall in the ocean. Possible or impossible?
This feels like a trick question.
Underwater waterfall.
Wait, everyone's. I'm. You know what? Nah. All right.
No, it's definitely possible. Does anybody know how it works?
Gravity.
Water current
It's the flow. Well, it's
over
the current.
bridges.
It's really
Air
it's
bubbles.
it says it's an optical illusion caused by colder, denser water sinking beneath warmer water.
Oh.
So
Wow.
it has to do with water temperature. I was like, man, that's
Wow.
really interesting.
Oh.
All right. You can start a fire by using ice.
Oh yeah.
Possible or impossible?
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Who didn't do that growing up? You know what I'm
Possible,
saying?
I'll be
Start a fire
contrarian.
using ice?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll
Well,
be contrarian.
It is possible, but you've got to tell me how you can do it. All right.
It's like I thought it was like a lens of sorts.
Yes, exactly. You can use light and put it through there and cause it to start a fire.
Da-da-da.
All right, all right.
You can tell she's been in prison.
Yes.
You know how many ice cubes you used trying to cut through the bars?
Oh my goodness.
Did not do that. Just so that go on an extra 10 years. That's what he was talking about.
Oh my goodness. All right.
Joe looks at me like, you idiot.
Hey, we've all seen Shawshank Redemption. Okay, there are innocent people that are incarcerated.
I'm 8 hours past my bedtime. So
And they dig tunnels and
Two,
escape.
no,
He was
4
stupid using the
o'clock.
rock. He should have
I
used
thought
the
it was
ice.
dinner time.
Exactly.
God.
I don't even have ice that time.
All right, so okay. Here we go. You can tickle yourself. Possible or impossible?
I guess.
I get tickled all the time.
You can physically tickle yourself.
Oh yeah.
Physically tickle yourself.
Wait.
Well, I tickle my feet.
I mean, I feel uncomfortable doing this.
Yeah.
I feel tickled.
According to the internet, no, you cannot tickle yourself. It's impossible
What
to tickle
does
yourself.
the internet know?
Because
I knew
because your brain predicts the movement and cancels the sensation.
Ooh, I don't know. That is very.
I tickle my feet right now.
This is very uncomfortable. I'm not gonna lie.
You may not like it.
Cancel.
All right,
Wait,
all right.
wait,
Hey,
you tickle-
listen,
you
I
tickle my
just-
foot? Wait. Joe, you tickle my foot?
I'm not tickling.
I didn't do the
All right, Donna, you
research.
tickle my foot?
No,
I
that's
will.
okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. It's not as ticklish when I do it. I will admit.
But it's still ticklish.
Not as
That
much,
is
but it
one
still is.
yellowish brown looking foot.
I have not washed myself
That's
in a few days.
Get Dad some sanitary.
Sorry,
All
my
right,
feet
all
definitely
right.
stink too.
I don't smell that.
Last one. You can fold a fitted sheet neatly. Possible or impossible?
Impossible.
Come on.
I mean, I definitely can't, so
I
I'm going from the
definitely
heart
can't.
on this one.
I'm saying yes.
Yes.
I want to see it. If you guys think you really can, I mean,
I
it's,
can't.
Yeah,
it's
I
probably
Seen it
possible.
happen.
I don't even
Who
try
do
it.
you know that folds a fitted sheet?
Yeah,
It
Caleb.
was a reel I saw once.
Really?
Yeah.
They
Seriously?
did it like
Real,
a little
real?
triangle thing. It looked
Oh
very
my
nice.
goodness, that's
Real.
that's
couldn't
impressive.
Sure, it sounded like a
That's
So wait, what
not
was the answer
real.
officially?
That's
Yes?
The answer is officially. I mean, it's probably possible, but who do you know that can actually do it? You know,
I'll take it. I like how you brought
It-
trivia with
it's,
not a
it's like,
scientific answer.
50-50,
That's great.
unless
Yeah.
we don't believe the
I feel like half these answers were probably. Like,
well, you know,
If I jumped from 10 feet off the ground and broke my elbow, I could lick it.
yeah. All right.
All the ways you can blame yourself.
My-
Lick your elbow.
I'm gonna keep rolling with the games
Let's
because
do it.
we seem to enjoy the games.
Way
we're
more
gonna
than
go
talking about
Way
it.
more than talking about Jesus.
Okay, ready for the game.
Hey, talking about Jesus has been great, but let's give it a rest for a while.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's getting
All right.
kind of old.
That was Jared, the
It's
youth
like,
minister.
how many
Big Baptist.
times?
Jennifer Wall says, possible but not by me. They
Oh,
I
yes.
think we're all there with you,
We've
Jennifer.
got
Let's go,
people
Jen.
on. How many people are watching right
Good answer.
I see
wanna
double
see-
Anywhere
Ten?
from
Oh,
is that 10 or
baby.
12? I can't
10
tell.
people.
I think it's 10.
anywhere from
Watch
10
it.
to 1,000.
In between the
All right, 10 or 1,000.
7 of us, yeah.
We got
So-
like almost a small church.
We're
Well,
gonna play.
They could be families watching.
Harry
So we
Potter.
could
Bethany
have like
says
50
Harry
people
Potter.
on right now.
She knew the address.
I love it.
That's a throwback
I love
to
it.
the beginning
Oh,
of the
that's
podcast.
my lady.
So okay,
She's reading it right now.
this game is called Over or Under. And so what basically is going to happen,
Do we need
is-
our thumbs again?
Is this like
You
musical
will.
chairs?
but we played this at youth group. So Isaac
Well,
helps
that's
at
no
youth
fair.
group.
He's done it before.
Okay, he's
We're
not
gonna-
done this game.
I've memorized all of the answers.
There's no way. This one's brand new. It's
All right.
Over or Under Junk Food Edition. So every
Jump, hallelujah.
yeah, I know. I figured that. You know.
Joe and my dad have already won this
Uh-huh.
edition.
So
We're
there's
talking
going to be
trophy.
a very difficult trivia question, and somebody
snap.
I'm going to ask one person each round to set the line, as in like say this is the number.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
I love
And
it.
then
Caleb
everybody
loves
else has to
coming
just
up with
decide
the
is it
odds
over
and
or under, and then I'll give you the
This is
correct
great.
All
answer.
right,
Hey,
all right.
All right,
Caleb's
so-
your odds guy. He always
we go.
comes up with made up percentages.
All right. So then
That's
Caleb.
crazy accurate.
Actually, I'm gonna have Isaac start because he's
All right,
familiar
Nobody
with it.
makes up stats
All right.
better than this guy.
Yeah, he's
Isaac.
honestly. He's like, there's
They're
like
all
a
hard
10,
stuff, you know?
11% chance.
Your best guess. How many people go to Burger King per day?
Naturally.
Around the world. How many people go to Burger King
Yeah.
per day around the world?
And live to tell about
like
it.
of the let's say of the 1,700 restaurants, how many people are walking into the restaurant in
so
one day?
When
in the
you
world?
ask all when you
There's
ask
gotta be
all the
purchases.
Burger Kings
Okay.
from all around the world, and they give you their daily quota of this
Okay.
many people walked in the door,
Uh-huh.
and you add all of those people together,
Okay.
what is that number
Okay.
on a daily basis?
Well, I'm thinking there's probably got to be like 1,500 Burger Kings in the world, maybe more. That might be low.
Well, that wasn't the question.
I know. I'm coming up with an accurate thing here. Let's say all right. Let's say there's 10,000.
I promise you, whatever
plus
you guess is
100.
not going to be accurate. So there's just no way.
Let's go
Just no way.
with 2.3 million
2.3 million people go to Burger King every day
Wow.
in the whole
in
world.
the whole
In
world.
the whole
In the whole world.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got 7 billion people. I'm sure at least
You said
Upper-
2.3 million?
2.3 million.
All right, you guys got to say higher or lower, over or under that number. You think it That right answer.
Under.
Under. What do you think?
You know what? To justify my number, I'm going
He's
over.
going over. What? Okay.
So
To justify my high number.
okay, so interestingly enough, I actually came up with the same number.
2.3 million.
2.3.
So I think for integrity purposes, I should call for a push. But I have to choose an over or under.
After choose or an over and under.
2.3. That's a lot.
I'll go an over.
Let's go, baby.
Over. We got two unders, two overs. What do you think?
I'm thinking 2,000 stores is probably accurate. They couldn't have more than 1,000 per, which would be 2 million. So I'm going under.
It is actually over. It's 11 million
What?
people
Wow.
visit Burger King every day. You got to think there's so many Burger Kings in the world. It's not how many people
You know
visit
how many-
Burger King
you know
in Springfield.
That's like 5,000.
You know how many times I rotate and go back to the
This
same Burger
one's
King
this
in one
one's
day?
not from ChatGPT. I bought this off a youth ministry website. It's
Okay,
got to be
it's
legit.
accurate.
Gotta be true.
Youth
You
pastors
know,
can
you
count.
get the French toast sticks. Then you go back and you get the egg breakfast
right.
sandwich.
This has to be
Then you
unique.
go back and you get whatever is on the value menu.
All
This
right.
has to be unique orders, not people going in the store. I cannot believe 11 million people are walking in Burger King every day.
You said over. You got it,
That's
Joe.
what I think too.
Over
I'm like,
10,
no
over
way.
2.3.
How many Burger Kings are in the world?
There's a big gap between 2.3 and 11
How many
million.
Burger Kings
Yeah, we
are
need a
in the
fact
world?
checker.
How many Burger Kings are there? Yeah, we may be surprised.
That's what I was like.
More
trying
than
to-
18,700 Burger Kings.
Well, there's our
Oh.
problem.
And you
Wow.
thought
That's not
2.3
bad.
was a
Got it.
high
Okay,
number.
Yeah.
all right,
That
so
makes
that
a lot
number
more
was
sense.
off.
Listen,
Okay.
listen, if
About
Lincoln,
100 in the store,
Illinois
but I
still
only
has a Burger
counted
King,
like
you know there's a lot.
There's
in the
towns
world.
like
Holy
2,000
cow.
stores.
18,000.
That's what it was.
I said 3,000.
Yeah, so, all right.
18,000.
Well, who said over?
Who
and
wants to
said
set
under,
the
Dan?
line
win.
now? All right.
I'll set the
All right,
line.
here we go,
All
Joe.
All right.
Next question. What percentage of people eat the first thing they see at an all-you-can-eat buffet?
Whoa.
First thing on the line. What percentage of people pick the thing that's first on the line?
Okay,
That's
so
usually the silverware.
you walk up to the buffet, the first thing you see, you're grabbing it. Not are you eating the first thing you put on the plate.
Right.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
think how many people are approaching
The way
the
that it's saying,
buffet
what percentage
with
of people
food
eat
in
the
mind?
first thing they see at an all-you-can-eat buffet? So first thing in the line,
And I'm giving a percentage here.
what percent? Yep.
Isaac, give me my drink.
snap.
It's on this side.
Wait, can they step anywhere in the line to see the food?
Well, yes.
I don't know where they get these figures from.
Aaron, where
We
did you
totally
even get
made up.
this game from?
Is it only
Download
blonde,
youthministry.com.
or is it brunette?
I'm going to say 20%, 1 out of 5.
20%. Okay, over
Yeah.
or under? What do you think?
I'm
Over? Under. Donna, what do you think? Over or under?
Over.
Over.
Going over.
I bet it's
Over
ridiculous.
20%.
I bet it's
What do you
over
think?
50.
I'm thinking it's 65%.
Yeah.
65.
That's
As
about where
long
I'm
as
at.
it's
65%.
I'm
Where
at
do you
about
think it is?
50.
First thing they
I'm at
see,
about
they
45 to 50.
Well, I know my
Well,
tendencies at the
according-
buffet line.
According to the
I'm chowing
game,
down on that egg drop soup.
75% of people.
Yeah,
baby. Three-fourths of the
That
people.
makes sense. That's probably all.
No,
I
that
do.
does not make sense.
That's their mind. In their mind. They
75%.
see other
Wait,
things
wait.
in their mind.
Listen,
No,
this,
first thing
you
up.
gotta think. You gotta think. This isn't a question unless it's absurdly high.
Yeah, right,
okay.
exactly.
absurd.
All right, here we go.
Gotta be up there.
All right,
Oh, my God.
I know that's
Okay.
amazing.
Scott, I believe
Yeah,
in you.
yeah, yeah.
You got to set the line on this one.
Well, yeah. Well,
How
no, I'm
many
gonna be
pounds?
under.
Oh, Sarah said 85%.
Wow,
She's
that's
got it from
good.
mine. That's ridiculous.
Is Sarah, you're in Europe right now, aren't you, Sarah?
Oh, is that my
What
daughter?
time
Sarah?
is it over
80
there?
What time
She's
is it
crazy.
in Europe? Hey,
That's-
Sarah, what
Dang,
time is it in Europe?
Probably early morning. It's
Well,
probably
it's gonna take her a sec to
Anyway,
get back to
all
it,
right.
so we'll come back.
So, Scott,
All right.
gotta travel.
how many pounds of cheese does the typical American eat per year?
Oh.
How many pounds of
It's eat,
cheese?
not cut, right?
The question is, how many pounds of weight have you gained this year, Dad?
How many pounds of cheese does the typical American eat per year? The typical.
The typical.
Not
This is
typical.
average.
How many pounds of cheese?
It's not
does
the
a
Payne
typical-
family gathering. 'Cause
Okay,
I'm a big cheese
I'm going to
lover.
say, how many pounds? I'm going to say,
It's 7:36. Is that what you said? In the morning?
I'm
That's
saying
crazy.
9 pounds.
9 pounds of cheese.
Oh,
Pounds of
please.
9.
I'm giving
I bet
this
it's
2
over
thumbs
10
up.
times than
We had
that.
a cheese. We had 2 cheese trays.
Somebody
in the
set a
catering
different
room.
line for me here. 9 pounds
I'm
of
gonna-
cheese.
all right,
I'm eating
100
9 pounds of cheese in a
100
week.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Let's say
hey,
Wait,
man.
let's ask the comments.
You gotta
for,
think about-
for a good amount.
Okay,
I would
Oh,
say 80
friend.
pounds.
Give us a realistic 45
Sarah's
pounds.
45
Sarah.
pounds.
That's it.
We're gonna go with Sarah's
I
line.
like that one.
Sarah's
45 pounds.
Sarah's 45
That's
pounds.
skewed.
Over under
Over
45
under
pounds.
45
Under.
pounds. Under.
I'm going over.
You're going
I'm
over.
gonna go
45.
I'm gonna go over.
Over
I'm going
45.
This is the
45.
average American.
Average American.
Yeah.
I know my
yeah.
former weight.
I'm
All
thinking 80
You
pounds.
got to remember, so many people are lactose intolerant.
That's what I'm
Skewing the
saying,
numbers.
right?
That- so
Yeah,
And I
80
still
pounds.
am.
I'm saying 80 pounds.
34 pounds is the right
kind of
answer.
very
So
close.
under
Crap.
45, but way over 9. So
Okay.
yeah,
What
Yeah.
was the number?
34.
Oh,
34.
wow.
Speaking of that, I'm going to get some cheese.
Hey, there we go.
Bring
All
me
right.
some cheese,
Up
Dad.
that
Swiss.
average.
I'll take Swiss cheese.
I
All
gotta
right.
get more of
Oh,
these.
by the way, we missed it, but Calico Jack said if he were to tickle his feet right now, you can bet that he'd be ticklish.
Yeah, me too. 100%.
Hey,
I
listen.
already tickled my
There.
feet and I felt it.
ChatGPT says
I can't tickle
no.
my own feet without it. tickling.
Now Calico Jack wants Burger
Now he
King.
wants Burger King from tickling his own.
Why can't we all have a cool name like Calico Jack? That's
Oh,
such a cool
yes.
name.
Well, it's gonna pair good with my coffee.
I'm gonna rename
Yeah, it's only been out
myself
a few hours.
Salami King.
I think
Hey,
we
cheese
have
is robust.
cheese.
I'm
Well,
past
and
my
more
cheese ways.
cheese.
Oh, we got
Cheese are
Swiss
big.
here. This
Jim
is like,
Folsom
this
says
is
27 pounds. He's the closest.
There's my
All right,
one.
go.
That's the one.
All right.
All right,
I think this has only been sitting out for 6 hours.
Donna, how do you feel about maple syrup?
Jennifer Wall is a
I like it.
You like it? Perfect.
Uh-huh.
Here's your question. You're gonna set the line here.
Uh-oh.
How many gallons of maple tree sap does it take to make 1 gallon of maple syrup?
Whoa.
How many gallons of maple tree sap does it take to make 1 gallon of maple syrup? I'm shocked by this number, by the way. So,
You are?
uh-huh.
Okay.
7.
To make
No.
how much? How much? I'm sorry, I wasn't.
To make 1 gallon of maple syrup, how many gallons of maple tree sap?
So are we talking Aldi's syrup or are we talking
100% Canadian.
I think it's got to be real 100%
real
maple syrup.
100%?
Not-
Okay.
This
So
ain't
I
team-
was
this
Not
ain't
gonna
how
say,
many
let's
ears
stop
of
the good
corn
stuff.
does it take to make Aunt Jemima's
This ain't
maple
Timu
syrup?
syrup. This is the real stuff.
Lay it on
That's
us, Donna.
the
You got this. You got
All
this,
right.
Donna.
moves.
20.
Jim said
20.
22. No way.
Dang.
The line is set at 20.
20.
Over or under 20 gallons of maple tree sap.
I'm going with Jim.
Oh,
Well,
snap.
Jim said 20
Over,
exactly.
under.
What if it's 20? Can you do this if you think it's exactly 20?
You can push.
I mean, I'm going to still do over.
Man.
What do you think, Caleb?
I'm thinking it's
thinking
50
about
gallons.
16 is what I'm thinking. So I'm going to
16?
go under.
16.
All right.
It is actually over. It is 40 gallons
What?
of
Holy
maple tree sap.
moly.
Wow.
That's a lot of
How do we
sap.
even have maple syrup? That's a lot.
Well, I don't
That's
know.
ridiculous amount.
Wow. Sarah
But
said
that's why
50
it's so
gallons. I
expensive.
said 52, Sarah.
Wow.
We're on the right track, I think.
I think because Sarah, it's like the morning for her. She's a little bit fresher. with
Yeah,
these
go back
numbers.
to bed. My God.
No.
7:30. She's awake on her
I'm just
honeymoon.
Sarah is
I'm
cyber
just
world
kidding.
ringer.
She's getting
You want-
wild. She's on fire.
I think we're back
Wow.
to Isaac
She's
now.
heating up.
Isaac, what percentage of Americans prefer cold pizza for breakfast over eggs?
Oh, that's
Ooh.
a high number.
What if it's, think about it though, if you have cold Casey's breakfast pizza,
I know.
it's both
that's
of them.
okay. What percentage of
Sick the
Americans
rest
prefer
of the day.
cold pizza for breakfast?
How dare you?
Okay, I mean, in reality,
How dare you?
pizza's got to be a top 3 favorite food for almost every American. I think if you
For
poll,
breakfast?
just in general,
For
I'm
breakfast.
just thinking out loud.
Okay.
If you polled every American, pizza's probably a rising a third of the time, in my thoughts. And who
Especially amongst junior hires.
exactly? And 28-year-olds. I think I'm 28.
Third 28.
Think about how many people cut.
Over
Here.
the eggs.
How
I
many
love
times have
eggs,
you-
but I
How many
love
times
pizza.
you went in there
So
and got
I
the
am gonna
pizza?
say-
That's awesome.
I'm
Pizza
gonna say
over eggs in the morning.
I'm gonna say 80%.
Oh,
To make it
my
interesting.
goodness.
Holy cow.
80%.
We're going over.
80% to make it interesting.
We're
Over?
going over.
No way.
And I'm
No
going.
way.
I'm
I
going
bet it's-
over.
I bet
it's
We're
over
going
80.
over at
Who would
82%.
like
That's
eggs
a lot.
over pizza?
I mean,
Jim said 100%. He's onto the right track.
I would say.
Donna,
it's
what about
probably in
you? Under or over that 80%?
Yeah, Donna.
I think
What do you think?
65
that-
or 70 would be my guess.
Man,
You know what? Whatever Donna says, I'm going
I
with.
think it is over.
You think it's over?
Yeah,
Holy
because
crap.
I've seen it.
The only reason I
played
don't
out
think it's
right
over is
here.
because you keep
Well,
saying you think it's over.
Is it? What is it?
No, it is under. It is 53%.
Are you
53%.
serious? So, like,
That's
Like,
ridiculous.
Someone's lying.
Yeah.
Those
Okay,
people are
all
lying.
right, hang on. How many of you guys prefer cold pizza to eggs for breakfast?
100%.
I know
Every
that.
morning
Look,
of my life.
I've seen these
You're gonna-
guys eat.
Joe Link, you're
pizza.
going to tell me
That's all I'm
that
saying.
if you went into Charlie Parker's and they said, "Hey, we got you. Would you rather have eggs over easy, or would you rather have a slice of Casey's cold pizza?"
You done messed up
It
because you
has
said
to-
Casey, Garrett. 100% pizza.
Wait, Joe's thinking.
No, we're not talking about a full omelet here. If I had a choice like cold Casey's pizza or a single egg, I'd choose the cold pizza. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, unless it's like what?
See,
like
this
your
is perplexing to
store-bought
me. I
frozen
love
pizza.
eggs
But even then,
all the
that's
time.
nice. That's nice in the
This is,
morning.
this is
It's
a
like
terrible
Jack's
either
Pizza
or.
in the morning
Oh my
With
gosh!
Joe,
yes.
with Joe, it's simple quantity.
doesn't get bad. It's better.
No.
I'll tell you right now, if I open my fridge and there's cold pizza in it, I'm
Sarah,
going for that
that's
over
exactly-
an egg.
Sarah, how are you gonna?
Yes.
No way.
Yes, I've seen.
100%.
I was gonna say that about pineapple
Like
pizza.
that.
Sarah.
Yes.
Hawaiian
All right.
pizza is the prime pizza, Sarah. So don't you be
Hawaiian
slandering
pizza?
pineapple
Oh no!
over
Hey,
there.
listen, pineapple
All
does
right.
belong on
She's
pizza.
in Europe. They don't even know about pineapple.
I love it. All right.
That's true.
How many
whatever
pounds
that
of
means.
potato chips does the average American eat per year?
That's a question for
Oh.
my dad for sure.
All right, what do you think, Scott?
97 pounds.
97 pounds.
Average, Dad, not what you do.
How many bags of potato chips equal a pound of
Okay,
potato chips?
Really?
3 times the amount of
Might
cheese.
get 120.
Potato chips.
All right. How many pounds of potato chips does the average
Thank you,
American
Calico
Gotta be
Jack. You
closer
get
to
me.
50
You
or
understand.
He says 50. All right, does anybody have a lower, like you think it's,
When I said this is my game,
All
I
right.
get to say 97.
you said 97. Who thinks it's,
97 pounds
yeah,
of bag.
okay, if he's saying 97,
It's a lot
are
of
we
potatoes.
voting, is anybody going to vote higher than 97?
I mean, seriously, I'm seeing these kids. These kids these days, they will
Thank you,
eat
yeah.
some chips.
All right.
I'm
Donna
serious,
helping
like,
Scott out. All right,
Like,
all right.
I've seen them
Give
sit
us
down and
a-
eat
give us
a
the
whole
middle
bag.
number.
Let me give you a better number.
Let me have
Over or under 22 pounds?
Oh,
Over.
He's
yeah.
sticking with 97.
Over.
For real.
90
Over.
20.
Yeah, I'd beat over.
What do you think, Isaac?
Over for sure.
No, it's actually only 6.6 pounds.
That's
Are
a
you
lie.
serious?
That's what
They
it
ain't
says.
asking the right people. That's all I'm saying.
So true.
But think about
So
think about how light chips are. I mean, chips
Look
are
at how
not very
big
light.
Americans
I
are.
was wondering about.
That's true, but-
True.
Is this an
And these are
American Youth
potato
Ministry
chips.
website you're getting these
So
things
Doritos
on?
don't count. It's potato chips.
Wait, there's no potatoes in Doritos?
No, it's corn.
I'm just kidding.
Oh
I'm
man!
just
All
not
right,
good at these games.
all right. Here we go. Taco Bell caused an E. coli outbreak
baby.
in 2006.
Uh-oh.
Over
Got
under. How many
people sick? The E. coli outbreak
Caleb
at
knows.
Taco Bell in
Somebody's got to
2006.
go to the bathroom.
Wait. Let's ask Luke. He loves Taco Bell.
All right,
Behind
Luke,
the
you
camera.
get to set this one. How many people
You gotta yell
got
it,
E.
though.
coli? How many people got sick in 2006 because of Taco Bell? Ruining Taco Bell's reputation, mind you.
They
as
did
a
not ruin their
reliable-
reputation for me.
Days.
I don't know. Didn't tell me that. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at a keynote presentation here, man. It doesn't give me background.
I'm gonna say 200,000.
Holy
Because he
Oh
loved
my
it.
goodness!
So everyone
Holy
else
cow.
must love it.
If that were true, the odds of Taco Bell staying open
That's
still.
All right,
would be
give us
like-
something. Give us something lower.
You could have maybe stopped it. 200.
Like that.
Between 100 and 10,000. Luke.
97 pounds of economics.
A little lower.
2.3 million.
A little lower.
3,000 feels good.
3,000.
That feels
3,000,
good.
okay.
3,000 from Luke.
How many people got sick? You guys think over or under 3,000?
I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna go under.
Sarah said
Under.
45,000.
I'm saying over.
I'm thinking over. I feel like this would be
Over
hitting the
3,000,
news.
yeah.
This would be hitting the news
All right.
if it was.
Those
Hit
are,
the news.
it is under, but I'm gonna lower it to see if I can get you guys to find that number. Is it over or under 100 people?
Under.
I was thinking, yeah, that's
Over,
I
baby.
think it's
There's more
over.
people out there chowing
Over.
down.
It's still under.
I'm gonna say
Over or
like
under
40.
75.
Oh wow.
Under.
It is
E. coli,
under.
that
Over or
That was
under
an outbreak.
65.
Let's say over.
It is over. It's 71 people got sick in 2006.
That's a minor
from
delay.
Taco Bell.
Normal experience.
That's part of the experience.
That's just called Tuesday.
Right.
Well,
Dang, the Crunch Wrap Supreme, you know what
really
I'm saying?
tarnished the Taco Bell reputation.
Yeah,
Now
that
people
is sad.
associate it only with
It
diarrhea.
did not tarnish the
I remember that was
reputation for me.
reported. I sure thought it was bigger.
Everyone survived, right? We're not laughing at.
All right. Yeah,
Tragedy,
no,
are
everyone
we?
survived.
No, I mean,
E. coli
it's just-
kill
it's
you?
E. coli. I mean,
E.
just
coli
the
just
sickness.
cleans you out.
Who's ever died of E. coli?
Painfully.
I don't know.
I have no idea. I'm
know E.
sorry
coli.
if someone we know
Yeah.
died of E. coli. I apologize.
It's like dysentery, you know.
When
People
did
quit
dysentery
dying.
ever kill anybody?
Well, there's a lot in the Oregon
Yeah,
Trail.
yeah,
Like,
Oregon
you
Trail
know,
recently.
2006, it was a while ago, but you know, like
They stopped and ate Taco Bell.
that's right. All right, here we go. Let me find another one. Okay, how many gallons of molasses leaked into the Honolulu harbor in 2013? Has anybody been to Hawaii?
Luke has.
Luke, you get to set the line again. How many gallons of molasses leaked into Honolulu harbor in 2013?
Is there any context, like from a boat or
A molasses? I don't know. It's a molasses tanker.
But it was 2013, Luke. Remember that.
Talking maybe 10 metal containers.
So true.
You know, maybe about 10.
Okay.
Each container holding approximately 500 gallons. I don't know.
If you angle from the sun
Just say
to the
So-
maple
so-
syrup.
1,000 gallons of molasses.
No, we can figure this out.
I like it.
No, we can figure this out. So a container can only hold about 38,000 pounds. So if you can figure out pounds to gallons of molasses, I feel like molasses is dense, so it's a weighty gallon.
So true.
Oh my
So
goodness.
true. One
Probably
gallon
about
of maple
8
syrup's
pounds
probably
per gallon would be
like
my
20
guess.
pounds.
What was your guess
15
on how
pounds.
many people
I feel like that's
got
about
sick
right.
from
Yeah,
E. coli?
200,000. Let's go with that number.
per gallon. And you said how many in the container?
So it can hold max usually about 38,000 pounds.
Okay. So
So-
38 divided by 15, Caleb. 38,000 divided by 15.
About 2 point something.
I knew he'd know.
2.5.
All right, so 2.5
Somebody-
thousand.
2.5 thousand?
But I think he said 1,000, so I don't know if we can steal his.
Well, I mean, 2.5
2,500.
2,500.
Yeah.
So, anybody think higher or
Dude,
lower on
Sarah said
2,500?
250,000
I'm saying
gallons.
higher.
I'm definitely
Higher.
That's a lot of
But I've
molasses.
been wrong on every
Let's
one
go
so
with
far.
Sarah's here. 250,000 gallons, higher
Yeah.
or lower?
That's
Lower.
easy.
I'm gonna go
That's
lower.
I'm
easy.
going
Lower.
higher because you're so
Higher?
excited about it, Garrett.
It is lower,
Dang it.
but is it higher or lower than 200,000 gallons?
Oh.
I'm
Higher?
gonna say lower.
It's higher. It's
Wow.
233,000 gallons of molasses.
That
leaked
is a lot of
into-
molasses.
I know. I
I thought
realized
this
they
was gonna
moved
be a
it by
trick
tanker.
question.
You know,
Like
Just
none of it.
craziness.
None
Was
of
it
it
not-
was
oh,
in there.
man.
That's why I was
Yeah,
sitting there thinking,
never-
no.
Question is,
All
why
right.
is that much molasses in Honolulu?
It was in a ship.
Yeah.
On a cargo.
Do they love molasses there? Is it
They
mostly
may
coming
make
from
it.
like Canada?
They may make it or
they
something.
might.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's like
I mean,
gravy.
They're known for their maple trees.
It's like
up there.
gravy here. I mean,
molasses in Hawaii.
Spills
I don't know,
out of
I've
the
never
oak
been
trees.
there.
yeah.
Luke, were they big on molasses in Hawaii?
No, I did not eat any molasses.
You didn't. Man, that's,
Of course not. Well, it went in the harbor. I mean,
Did you go fishing?
all right, last one. Here we go.
Yeah,
How
Sarah's
many
very
calories
Sarah has been on
is
fire
a
tonight.
McDonald's Big Mac meal with large soda and fries?
All right, that definitely.
Here, I'll set it. 1,100.
1,100
Oh,
calories.
Come on,
1,500,
Caleb.
yeah.
2,600.
Oh, okay. All
All
right.
right, fine.
let's-
All right,
I feel like
someone else.
Let's go to what?
2,100.
$2,100
as the baseline.
2,000.
Holy cow!
$2,100
For a Big Mac meal with fries? Is that what you're saying?
And a large drink.
And a
large
large
soda. Large soda.
Big Mac. Yeah. Big
I'm
Mac.
saying no.
2,100.
No, I'm saying no too.
Listen, like,
I'm saying exactly.
it is
21.
under.
It is
Big
under.
Mac meals basically are diet food. It's it's 1,320 calories.
I was thinking
That seems
15,
pretty
yeah.
close.
I looked at that.
Was
Well,
that with the hamburger too
that's-
on it? Or?
Is
Yeah,
that with
that's
or without
everything.
E. coli?
Yes,
Yeah,
The
because after
hamburger's
the
the
E.
part
coli,
that's good
it's
for you.
not.
All right.
That's a 200 calorie deduction right there.
Oh my goodness.
Calico Jack was thinking 3,000.
Yeah.
It feels like a lot.
There,
Sarah said
1550. She was with me.
She's
Oh,
been the
man.
closest every time.
Wait, I think.
Jim Folsom said 2,100.
Are you
Under
using
21.
your phone, Sarah?
2,100, Jennifer.
She's Googling quick.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, I mean, when it comes to food here at the mission,
Uh-oh.
Like shifting into the religious stuff.
well, no, I was going to ask another
talking about food,
prying
my dad
question.
perks up.
Do people, how does food work here at the mission?
All right, well, here's an over/under question for you.
Gosh,
Ready?
all right, I'm ready.
All right. How many meals have we ever served at the Inner City Mission over 40 years? Is it over or under? Joe, set a number.
Do you know the right figure?
Approximately, yeah.
Okay.
About 5,000.
Okay.
Can I use my calculator?
It's going to be a lot more than that.
Okay.
Since the beginning.
Let me.
So, wait. Here we go.
He's saying for 40 years.
Here's
right?
what.
For 40 years, right?
How many
40
meals? Right. So what counts
meals.
as a meal is one person who is living here who eats either breakfast, lunch, or
you're
dinner.
talking about each.
Right.
You're talking
individual,
about
not
good.
not how many we've served,
You're talking
but
about
how many individual.
probably an average
meals.
of
How do you have an
20
estimate
people
of
per
So a
meal.
person grabbing a
Oh,
PB&J,
We
leaving
spent
the
a
house
couple
is
hours to
considered a
figure it
meal.
out.
So 60 people a day on average, probably for 40 years.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking a
Times
million.
3.
I feel like a million feels like a good baseline.
But times 3, right?
Oh my
Well, 60, so
goodness.
20 a meal on average, I think, is about what we're
A
at.
million
Okay.
meals?
Think about
Probably
that.
a million too.
A million too?
Yeah, in 42 years. Yeah. We passed a million a couple of years ago.
With that, you're ruining the game. I feel it over, baby.
Scott's giving it away. How would
Call
you
it intuition.
I
think
should
it's
not
over.
have used
I
a
think
stat my father knows. But yes, we crossed a million in 20.
right.
Yeah, in like 2020 or 2019.
Wow.
We have a
that's
lot of
So we're at
yeah.
about 1.1.
Wow.
We
So
probably have not hit 1.1 yet, but that's
We're
close.
close.
that's a lot of
Part of it
meals.
is in the first 10 years of our existence, we were a 30-day we had a lot more residents coming through at
They
that
tried
time.
to jam 60 people in the house. It was more about numbers and stuff.
I don't
Okay.
remember.
And we
That
backed
efficiency
That off.
versus effectiveness.
Yep.
But
I'm
anyways, yeah, we spent
Pretty good. Pretty good.
coffee is
They-
working.
they- yeah.
That cheese is actually what's really
Yeah.
getting the wheels turning. So what do people eat here? Like what is the go-to meal at Inner City Mission?
Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Peanut
Because
butter
they get
and jelly
delivered.
used to
For
be
lunch.
like
Nobody has
for
to
lunch.
prepare it. Yes.
ramen is always awesome.
Ramen too, yes.
Say
Okay.
for like dinner time, probably we do a lot of like pastas,
Like
spaghetti,
spaghetti.
lasagna, those types of things.
What's the best canned
pasta choli?
pasta sauce then? Like
What
what's
Ragu.
your go-to?
Ragu.
I would say we get a lot of ragu
I think we get a
given
lot of
to
ragu.
us.
Yeah.
We get some fancy. We get Prego a lot.
Ooh, okay.
I get Prego
We've
eating the
almost
spaghetti. You
given
know
us
what I'm
5,000
saying?
meals with the pizza.
Oh, hey, yes.
I don't know where that pizza sauce comes from.
But
But Jack's is making a high quality pizza. So
Yeah.
I like
we
Jack.
ate a lot
Jack's
of pizza
pizza?
there because we had someone donate 600 Jack's pizzas to our deep freeze.
Yes, they did, and they were
We
eating
ate
them
pizza.
like-
We probably ate an
That was
average
awesome.
of 5 pizzas a day for 2 years.
Jack's pizzas?
Jack's pizzas.
They actually
And
got-
that's
they
with
actually got
that's with
tired of
people
eating.
going in and
That's a
snagging
little
some.
exaggeration, but It was nice because when you don't
600
have a
Jack's
good cook
pizzas
on,
Whatever
how we
Isaac don't take.
do food here. We have 1 or 2 people cook for everyone. And
Resident?
it's a what's that?
Is that a resident that cooks for
Resident,
everybody?
yeah.
Okay.
It's a chore that they do. We usually have at any given time 5 or 6 good cooks who enjoy cooking for people, and so you get a wide range of things. But well, the go-to is if we have pizzas. That's when you have somebody who's not quite as good a cook.
And
The
they
lodge supervisor really encourages just plop in some pizzas. But when you have the good cooks, the sky's the limit. We used to keep people's food stamps, and then we would give them back to them when they left. So it was like they had a good savings to be able to help them. Now, since they're on the card, we can't do that.
Right.
It's like use them or lose them. So residents will then go buy a meal and cook it for the rest of the residents. That's something that works out well. We do not allow residents to bring in their own food for just themselves unless they're on a special diet. Like they can't bring in Burger King just for their kids because the rest of the kids then are sitting around wanting it and crying and all that. So if you want to do that, go someplace else, eat someplace else. Don't bring it back to the mission. We just only have. We used to do breakfast and dinner together. Now we just do dinners together, and we have time frames that people then can basically just take care of themselves and fix whatever they want. The peanut butter and jelly is a very handy thing. We have a lady who brings in, how many she bring in? Probably 50.
Over under 39.
There you go.
She brings like a whole big
Yeah, we
box
get quite a
of
bit.
it. Like
Every day?
yeah,
Every Tuesday
every
and every Thursday, I think.
Yeah, about once a week.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
couple times. Yeah.
Yeah, I get them while they're fresh. They go fast.
PB&J.
Does she make them special? Like, does she?
Yeah, no, she
have
does
a
that
twist?
for us and other
Like,
All
homeless
kinds of
shelters.
homeless
Classic
because
white
it's really
bread,
we talked about
peanut
this.
butter and jelly.
She's the one.
Doesn't
She
get better than
came
that.
to Salvation Army when I was working there, and it was actually me and her talking that got her started on this. And lots of people. I mean, she hooks them up with peanut butter and jelly sandwiches because it's something that is a.
Easy.
It can it can not. It doesn't have to be in the fridge. Yep, exactly. And they can just take it. They can put it in their bag, and it's not going to go to waste or anything. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to get bad.
I want to talk to this person because I feel like they know the secret to making quick peanut butter and jelly. I wonder if she uses a spatula or a butter knife.
Well, she has several people that do it.
Oh, okay.
So it's
She's
like
got a whole team now.
she got a team of them.
Not
Yes.
messing around.
Yes.
Like a peanut butter and jelly club. See,
That's right.
I know you guys have been doing some giveaways.
PBJs are us.
Yeah, that's the ones you got to be giving away as like a PB&J club shirt.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, there's some potential there.
There's something there.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. So, what do people do for breakfast though?
Cold pizza.
Okay.
About 65% of them.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
And we do have
53%. 53%.
100% when I'm on shift.
That's what I'm saying. I see quite a bit.
I mean, 2 or 3 Jack's pizzas at 12 p.m. There's a lot of leftovers in the morning.
Man, I feel like Jack's pizza with my morning coffee would just be a deadly, lethal combination. Like,
you feel it around 10 a.m., but
yeah, right.
Clean out the system, start over again.
There you go.
I hate to break this to you. The
Keep
next
you
food I'm
regular.
bringing you will not be incredibly delicious. It will be Jack's Pizza.
Oh, man.
And it will be cold.
And it will be cold.
You will like it.
It's delicious.
Oh, no.
Day old Jack's Pizza.
Calico's Jack, the PBJs are so great and are such a nice thing to do. They have fed me and Charlie many times. Oh, yeah. Calico Jack, what a man. What a legend.
Love it. So, all right. Scott, if you have to cook dinner tonight, what are you making?
whatever's on the Fairgrounds Cafe menu.
What I'm making is
Wow.
Sam's 2 pizza
Oh,
for the house.
Ooh.
all right.
Delivered.
We're on this pizza trend.
Sam's 2 Pizza.
Yeah,
In Sherman,
Out of
Illinois.
I'm not a real good cook, and so I don't pretend to be one.
Okay.
I'm a really good eater, and I buy most things that I eat. So that or a cold cut tray that they can put meat on their PBJs that are already made. So
Whoa, meat on the PB&J?
yeah, it's more creative.
He fits salami on every sandwich. PBJ.
What?
Doesn't matter.
Dude, I'm just joking.
Okay, all right.
It's
I
a
was
universal protein.
That's right.
Being
Must be
serious.
said.
I was going to be impressed.
No.
Donna, what about you? You got to make dinner tonight. What are you making?
I'm not a cook either.
Okay.
No, I would probably go with the meat and cheese. Sure
meat and
would.
cheese?
And that I do that often actually, or just a can of pork and beans. I
Nice.
love pork and beans.
Oh,
Everybody
no.
knows that they've seen me sit at breakfast time having a whole can of cold pork and beans.
That's cultured. I mean,
Yes,
like
it is.
in London, I think they eat beans on toast, right?
All right.
Beans on toast is delicious.
Yeah,
It
there you go.
is really.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I've
I can
never
go.
tried
I can go
that.
for some of that now. That's
Beans on
Oh, that's breakfast we have.
that's a proper
Hey.
fry-up.
Watch out.
Beans on toast
If we
with
see-
eggs in the morning.
Listen, y'all, if you see Joe leave the frame, that's where he's going. He's going to make himself some beans.
I
That's a tough
like
one, I
eggs,
gotta
beans,
say.
and toast would be pretty good.
My goodness.
Oh,
I'm glad those
you like a
pants
fried
were waterproof.
sausage with that
That worked
beef?
out
Oh,
good for you.
Yeah, buddy.
that is heaven.
Oh,
Proper
alright.
fry-up.
Isaac, what about you? You got to make dinner tonight. What are you making?
I'm more of a scavenger than a gatherer. So whenever Allison's not in the house and I've got the 2 girls, I mean, we're taking leftovers. We're getting toast out of the cabinet. We're getting cereal for the girls. I mean, whatever is left on the plate that Allison just threw into the fridge, she knew I'd eat it later. So it's not that I don't like to cook. It's just like, why cook when there's so many other exciting things that you can just discover in the kitchen? So I just stumble into food, and I'm like, why not?
There we go. There we go.
I always check the lodge office fridge because food gets forgotten in there. And I feel like we're all about finding home for things.
Let's do
We're
that.
about finding a home for things. And I am willing to be a home for the food that is lost in the shuffle.
Yikes.
Your heart
Okay.
is
All right.
pure.
Exactly.
All right. What about you, Joe?
It's gonna be a breakfast for dinner sort of
Okay.
thing.
Yeah.
Pound of bacon, nothing else.
It can be whatever you want for breakfast for dinner, but it's pretty much gonna be breakfast.
What are you gonna make?
If I had my druthers,
You
maybe
get your druthers.
nice French toast.
Ooh.
Nice
and
French toast.
Nice French toast.
Describe a nice French toast for me. I'm getting
Honolulu maple syrup.
Honolulu
Big
molasses.
slice.
Thick slice. Okay.
Thick slice of French bread.
Okay.
Long soak in the egg. Little cinnamon. Cinnamon on the egg. Slow cook on the burger.
Woo!
Look at
I'm
that.
getting excited just thinking
Any
about it.
sides with this French toast at your restaurant?
Probably an egg of your choice.
Okay.
And a meat of your choice.
Okay. An egg of your choice. It's interesting you said that instead of cold pizza. But
I'll
take it.
It's not that there's not a place for the egg at the breakfast.
I mean, I can make it cold pizza too.
Dude, are you a powdered sugar on top of that French toast or
I'm more
syrup or
personally a
both?
syrup man than
Okay, gotcha.
I love
but it's either or. It's personal preference.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Caleb, what about you?
Your French toast with your
If
fingers.
I'm in charge of supper
No,
tonight, what am I
absolutely.
making?
You
Is
really
that the
don't?
question?
Yeah.
Do you
Well,
all
I'm call Joe and say we're doing breakfast
Hang on.
for supper. No.
All right. So
Does everybody eat their? I mean, how do you eat your French toast?
it
With
depends
my
on
bare
French toast.
hands.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I do more of a
It just
shovel
tastes so much
mechanism.
better. That
Y'all
would
are
taste
mean.
better to
Y'all are
me.
monsters.
If
I
I
think-
use a fork,
Mr. Payne would
What
say
kind of
that. He said,
question
"What
is
the
this?"
heck is wrong with you?" But I do this. I've been
It
done
took
this
her a
for
year
the whole
to learn what
time.
silver was.
Whatever.
She
That
got
is
out of
not
prison.
true. But some things just taste better from your fingers.
Oh yeah.
Man,
They do.
French toast. I see. All right, I can get behind it.
I use the powder sugar.
Like
Yeah,
if
she
you got
doesn't
me
eat
a
the
Monte
toast, she
Cristo
just eats
sandwich
the
with
powder
like
sugar.
the French toast on the outside, of course I'm gonna eat it with my hands. I'm not gonna use a fork and
But see, even if I
what you were
had
describing,
syrup,
I'd probably
I
use
would-
my hands on.
Even if
Yeah.
I had syrup, I would dip it. I would have it with my fingers.
It's like
I
eating
sure
a good
would.
lasagna.
It sure
You're not
would.
gonna taint it with silverware.
That's a little different.
You just get that bad boy in there as fast as possible.
It's like a soup. Why would you need a spoon with,
Well, I have
Soup's
done
not a
that. I've
meal.
sure done
Soup's
that
not a
too.
meal.
Like that, yeah, sure have.
Oh man.
I act like I
You
got
slurp
no
and go,
home training.
baby. Slurp and go.
All right, Caleb, you got to make dinner for the house. Tacos?
Yep. That's
like what kind of taco? Beef tacos? Chicken
Oh, yeah.
tacos? Pork
Beef
tacos?
tacos,
E. coli
that's where
tacos
it's at.
or
Beef
Okay.
is
Hopefully
beef
not.
for
Pork,
sure.
chicken.
What's your taco seasoning of choice?
Well, Bethany has this beautiful little jar, and on the top she wrote taco seasoning. So I have
Whatever's
no
in that jar.
idea what is in that jar, but it's yummy. I think it's a mix of her own doing. Of
Oh
some sort.
man.
I love taco seasoning. Get me some more taco
Yeah, it's
seasoning.
definitely great. Yeah, when we're out, I once made tacos for my kids, and it was like at the very bottom. I was like, I don't know what to do. So pretty sure we just
Add
had
more chili powder.
beef tacos with no flavoring
Yeah.
that night.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you like soft or hard shell?
You know, honestly, as I've matured and my palate's matured, I could do either.
Either?
Caleb was more of a
Well,
cheese
what's
roll-up guy until he turned 35.
Hey, listen, don't knock the cheese roll.
Then he started adding a little meat in there and getting crazy.
Yeah, my
You
kids
know,
think
honestly,
I'm a
that
genius
really
anytime
does.
I pull a cheese roll up out of the microwave. They're like, "Wow, that's
When-
the best."
I once went to Taco Bell and I asked for just tortillas and some melted cheese, and the cashiers did not know what to do, so they called a manager in, and they all
on
huddled
the menu,
together, and
Caleb.
then they came up to me and they said, "We don't know how to ring this up, so you can just have it." And then they gave me a whole bunch of tortillas.
hey, there you
and
go.
melted
Caleb
cheese.
single-handedly got the cheese roll-up on the Taco Bell menu.
Like, this is why I was
'Cause it's on
guessing
there
80
now.
pounds on the cheese question, because I know
Your
my
legacy
former
in life
ways.
is set,
But
bro.
I am one of those sad people. The doctors told me when I turned 19 that I was the unfortunate subgroup of the population that has acquired an adult onset allergy to dairy, and I shouldn't eat it anymore, which is why I gave it up last year. So
It won't kill you.
Only
It
a
won't
couple
kill you.
years
They
later.
say.
Right.
It'll just bore a hole into your large intestine.
finally, right. Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna die anyway,
Why not?
Why
You're
not?
happy.
I'm not going down by cheese. I've decided that. That is not a good way to go down.
Big solid block of
one of the
dairy.
tombstone. The cheese got me.
The cheese.
Well, they said, hey,
got
most
me.
people, by the time they hit their 30s, the allergy goes away. It was the opposite for me. When I hit my 30s, it started getting worse. So it started making me sicker. So now it's just like, hey, you sick enough, nothing is worth
It's all that ice cream I bought you. Take it back.
I give it to my kids.
All right.
Say thanks, Uncle Joe.
Okay. That's good enough for
You
me.
got my cheese whiz, boy.
Well, that is the funny thing with Sarah. She had an allergy to milk also. It about killed her. She was working in the dairy.
That is pretty funny.
Didn't know it. Man.
That is pretty funny.
That's horrible.
That's the funny thing.
That's the funny thing about it.
Horrible.
What's the funny thing? I missed it.
That's the funny thing about Sarah. She had dairy.
That
killed her. That is pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not sure that was the secretary you were meaning.
Gosh,
Yeah.
I'm looking for her to say something there.
Poor
She
Sarah.
hasn't yet.
Well,
Thank goodness.
They're probably out looking at some monument.
You've only been talking for 10 straight hours. I mean, you know.
Yeah, it's weird. She's not just
Oh,
been
they're
sitting here.
enjoying what? They're in France right now, right? They're in
Ah, yeah, I think
Paris,
so.
probably.
Hey, you just
We were
recently
there
went
a
to
couple
Paris.
days ago,
Yeah,
huh?
you're a cultured international
my
man.
goodness.
I guess.
That's right.
How was the cheese in Paris?
How was the French toast?
Well, the
The
fromage.
pizza.
Or do they just call it toast?
Do they have
Bon
pizza?
fromage
American toast in France is the
Must
hot
be.
commodity.
Must be.
or queso.
Is the case? It's not case.
No, it's fromage.
Okay, fromage. Yeah. It's fine. Cheese. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
What do
I got
say?
the
They're really
report from
selling
Joe
us on going to
afterwards.
Paris.
What do you say? It's cheese.
Paris is Paris.
You seemed when I talked to you after you got back, you seemed underwhelmed. But you were happy to be back in the States.
I was definitely happy to be back in the States. Yeah. I don't know about overwhelmed. I'm not going to say anything bad about France.
I don't know. Do we have anybody from France watching?
Calico Jack, is he from France?
I mean,
Sarah's in
I
France.
want to make sure we don't offend anybody.
They'll be strong. No. Go ahead, say it. What was the problem? Was it?
There was no problem. There was no problem.
Well, it
It's
looks
fine.
like there's a problem.
No, not a single problem. No, the cheese was fine.
Were they not thankful enough for
I mean,
World
what do
War
you
II?
want-
Like, is that-
Oh my gosh, the cheese! You won't believe the cheese. It's cheese.
I figured it was a people problem.
cheese.
I didn't think it was
No, it's definitely no. The people were lovely. It's a lovely country.
Nobody's ever said that about France before.
It's a lovely place. I'm not,
America.
I'm not going to say. I'm not going to
People are
say a
lovely.
single bad word about France. I'm just a red-blooded American man. What do
Eats
you call me? A
beans on his
freedom-loving
toast.
man? That's what I am.
I like it.
Okay.
That is your perfect moniker.
Oh my goodness.
I'm out here and do.
Well,
You know, my bald eagle tattoo says it all. No, I'm just kidding.
all of the so I love all the stories that we've heard. The stories that we've heard have been absolutely great. Does anybody have any really just a funny moment from being here at the mission? How many people lived here
There
at one
are
time?
lots of fun
from
moments.
being at the mission, you've just opened a can of worms, my friend.
How many people live here at one time? How many?
About 30 to 40.
30 to 40. Okay.
We've
Hilarious
got 21
things happen.
rooms, so it depends
Okay.
on.
Hilarious things happen in my house every day, and there's only 4 of us. So
Oh,
I
yeah.
imagine that there's a lot of hilarious things that happen here on a regular basis. Do any memories stick out? Go ahead.
No, I'm just somebody snuck some dude in, and they were playing spin the bottle with
Oh my.
what was that? What was it? Rose? I don't remember because
Yeah,
Jeff
call her
was
out right
here.
now.
It was that. Well,
No, I'm just kidding.
because what they said that they were. Oh no, we were just in there playing cards or something. Spin the bottle. It was some silly thing, but they had this certain alcohol. They were all getting drunk up there inside the room. And I don't know. It was just the way. I guess you had to be there.
Waiting for the punchline.
You had to be there because it was, to me. I mean, it was like
You're like,
it's the
sure,
things
you're
that
just
people
playing cards.
will tell us and expect us to believe.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's what
yeah.
it had to do with. And there's like the one time where they said they got in 7 car accidents from the other side of town to here. That's why I'm so late. And I mean, and they're so dramatic with it and all that stuff. That to me
I
is
remember
that's
that.
very amusing, because I mean, that's not
Creative
true. It's
fabrication.
7 cards. And if it is true, man, you got a lot
yeah,
of
you got a problem.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's sad, but it's funny. When I first
Oh, no.
started, no one would miss cops. I mean, it was like you
The
wouldn't see
show?
anybody, and the show would
Bad
come on.
boys,
You know,
bad
what you going
boys.
to do, and it's going for you, and everyone would show up. And I said, "Why are you guys so infatuated with cops? We might see some of our family." Oh yeah, I did. Then they start talking about different family members they had seen on cops. It's like, okay. The other, it's sad, but we had, and it's funny after the fact, I guess, and maybe I'm just morbid, and maybe I've been talking for a long time, but we had a couple who lived here. They left. They came back for lunch and got into a fight in our kitchen. And so then she came at him with a knife, and he put his hand up to stop her. His finger fell into her mouth, and she bit off the end of his finger. And I know I shouldn't be
Classic.
Hang on.
Funny.
So, hand, knife, finger off, in mouth.
He goes, he goes like that, and his mouth went into
Her mouth.
Okay.
His finger went into her mouth.
Did she cut off his finger?
No, she
bit it off.
Oh my goodness.
She
All right.
bit it off,
Yeah.
Who needs a knife?
and then she spit it out. threw it out the door, and said, "You'll never find that digit again." All right, and so I get a call.
Called a digit.
I get a call from my lodge supervisor telling me what just happened, and the police are on their way, and he's slinging blood all over the place. So it took us forever to clean it up.
Oh, no.
But the funny part was,
It's already dead dog fight.
I like that you got Luke rolling back there. So.
2 weeks later, Jeff Higginson, we talked about Jeff. He was our chaplain social service guy. He was coming down 5th Street. He gets to the Mission. He says, "You never know who I saw. I just saw that couple walking hand in partial hand." I mean, they were all back together again. Well, not he wasn't told me. He never did find the digit. But anyway,
So
we had a bad streak with fingers there for a minute.
Well, yeah,
Grandpa lost his finger. Fan blade.
Grandpa?
We had kids stabbing each other.
My dad's dad. He was a maintenance man here for a while.
Okay. He gave a finger to this ministry.
Yes, he did.
Wait, how did he lose it in the fan?
I don't mean it that way.
It was
not
the
have the
motor
covering on.
downstairs on the furnace, and it had stopped or something. He was trying to work on it, didn't realize he didn't turn it off, and when it came on, the belt took it between that and the pulley.
Oh,
and
no.
It cut it right off. And I wasn't. Well, I was in my office, and so was Tina Jokish, and I hear this from the basement. "Scott Wayne, get down here right now." And I go down, and he goes, I cut off my finger. I said, "Well, where is it?" "It's down there." I said, "Okay, well, let's go to the hospital." "Tina, will you go find the finger?" And
We lost a lot of fingers in the history at the Mission.
Tina still work here?
Yeah, and so
No, not anymore.
Okay.
we get over there, and Tina goes, "This is the worst thing you ever asked me to do."
I bet it was.
It's disgusting. And they didn't put it back on because it was just too mangled. Anyway,
That's
he
why
got
we
a
have OSHA posters posted now.
the nice thing about it, what Dad said is, "Greatest thing about this finger, got me a free vacation to Florida." He got like $4,500 for workers' comp.
Oh, yeah.
Because he lost a finger. And so he used that money to take my mom to Florida, and he was never the worse off.
God
So,
bless,
He now
God
only
bless
has three
America.
fingers left.
Sarah said this is a new level of funny, these stories. That's what we're saying.
Only in the family, yeah. Yeah, I know. So he asked about funny.
They're a different
And the
level
sad
of
part
funny
is
stories.
it's
Yeah,
really
these
sad.
are.
A different level. For
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I said you open a can of worms because, yeah, sometimes you gotta laugh in order to keep from crying. You know that famous phrase.
Sure.
There's some. Yeah.
I remember,
Just leave
and
it at
this
that.
is
Do you have any good animal stories? Like
Oh.
that's
a cat.
We've had multiple raccoons
The rat.
climb up into the ceilings and die on us, and we just have this stench just appear. And it's like, what is going on? Jacob had to climb up into the rafters and fish out this dead raccoon.
oh.
That was pretty funny for Jake, I think.
Oh, yeah.
We had a bat in our classroom one night. I show up at night at 6:30 to teach a class, and all the residents are freaking out because there's this bat just flying in a circle in the room. We're like, well, what do we do? And I noticed that it's just one loop, you know. When the bats go in a loop, they don't deviate from that loop at all. So I grabbed the trash bag, threw it up on one of the loops. He ran to the bag, closed it, and it was just bouncing around in there. Took it outside.
There you go.
Sarah
Let it out.
Sarah said pet squirrels.
That's
And so
exactly right.
That is true.
Miss
That's what I was
Daisy,
thinking about, Miss Daisy.
Miss Daisy used to sit on her front porch or back porch, and she had there was probably 10 different squirrels she had trained that would just come up and sit right next to her, and
No
they were
way.
all as fat as can be because
Did
she
she
would feed them all day
touch them?
long.
And they were extremely
She would
friendly
just
with
she would
everyone.
just throw all the food she had
I
out
didn't
for
like
them.
that. It's
So
like,
you'd be sitting there talking on the back porch, and this squirrel would hop up next to you and just be waiting for you to feed it. So.
that was not
What's
cool.
Isaac and I's office used to be the kitchen of the house, the green house over there. And the funniest thing is we bought Miss Daisy a stuffed animal that was like a squirrel, and she put
I think
it
you got it.
on the table.
No, you didn't. No.
The squirrel
I had it
came
over
up,
the way.
saw it, and starts beating its head against and yelling at this squirrel because he didn't want this squirrel with Miss Daisy. And so she takes the squirrel out. The live squirrel leaves. She puts it back up the next day. This squirrel had never done this before. Comes back up and does the same thing until she takes the squirrel out to where he can't see it, the pet squirrel. So yeah, he was jealous of this other squirrel that he thought was getting special treatment. And so yeah, it was
It's like
freaky.
you
But
feed the
she had
birds,
trained
but
her.
you used to feed the squirrels, and they'd come. We had this big maple tree right in the backyard that we had to take down because it was growing over the shelter. But she would throw out bread, and within 10 seconds, you had 10 squirrels come flying down this trunk, and they're just so free entertainment right there for hours.
Whoa.
Scary. That's all I'm going to
Yeah,
say.
you
That's
don't
all I
like
didn't
squirrels.
that.
Got it. Yeah. Well, I get that. So nobody has brought like a pet snake to the mission.
No, we not any of that stuff. We had some pet bed bugs that everybody kind of had their own set of bed bugs.
Oh no!
They went across the city, and it took forever to get them figured out and fixed.
Wasn't that recent?
Yeah, it was.
I
It was
think
about
Oh, you mean here?
4 years ago.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. No, it's not been recent, but man, it was a process. We finally came up with a way in which I need to have you get a hold of a guy who's dealing with bed bugs over in Indiana. So anyways, so it was.
We are bed bug experts
We are
now.
bed bug
Diatomaceous
Chasing them out
soil.
of
That's
state,
what you need.
not let them off the hook.
No, man. Well, I'm trying to.
We do have better funny stories, but it is.
Well, it's
Well,
not,
it is-
I don't even know. I'm trying to think of a funny story, but they're all just kind of. They're all kind of have a sad. You know, it's yeah.
So I was
The
aiming at the
circumstances
animal
around it are
stories.
all kind
When
of
I went to
sad.
go and help protect that girl.
Well, that was. But see, that's sad too.
It is sad,
I
but
was
it's
looking-
funny because I didn't even recognize what I was doing.
Looking for
was
that
wrong.
that
It's
one
like-
time that Isaac took out Jake with the brick
Oh, there
story.
you go.
Like I was trying to.
I didn't like doing those kinds of stories.
I was trying to set you guys up for that, but
Sure, I can share that story. So me with my dad coming here in 93.
Yeah,
I was born in 97, and Jake was born in 95. So we pretty much were born and raised around the mission. And so whenever I was like 4 years old, maybe 5, and he was like 6 or 7, we got in a friendly little brotherly rock fight, as you do. And I was clearly winning the fight, but I was kind of annoyed that he was still hitting me with rocks. So I was like, I'm going to go tell Mom that Jacob keeps hitting me with rocks. I was pretty upset about it. So I started to go up the back steps, which is, it's from the bottom floor up to the top floor of the building out back. And as I was going in the back door, I saw that there was this half brick that was holding the screen door open.
The screen door open with.
And so I thought I didn't want Jacob to think that he had won the rock fight. And so as I was going in, I decided I was going to throw this brick at him.
Oh dear.
And so I picked up this brick.
How old were you?
I was like 5. Oh, this is one of my earliest memories up here. And so I decided just to heave it over my head at him. And of course, it was this perfect throw.
Oh no.
It nailed him right in the face.
Oh,
I flattened him. It was like he came down, For a moment, I was like, I got him. And then I realized.
Sure did.
Then I realized what happened.
Victory.
So I took off running. So I don't even know what happened after that until my dad found me, hiding in the playroom downstairs. But he still has a scar today where he remembers not to mess with his little brother.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that's all I know.
Did that work out? Was that one life lesson enough for him to never mess with you ever
Oh,
again?
yeah. He knew it. Like, when it comes to sports and just athleticism and physicality, he knew he couldn't match me. So
Oh, yeah.
he decided never to pick rock fights again. So
And if he was on, I'm sure he would clarify that.
If he was on, there'd be a rematch right here. That's what we
Don't take rocks to a brick fight. That's
That's
the
right.
lesson.
Oh man.
I mean, who hasn't hit their brother in the head with the rock or with a brick?
That's for next year's conversations.
Yeah.
You hit me with an aluminum bat once. but that
Overnight
wasn't
rock
here.
fights.
I've hit Jacob with the brick.
Stay
I hit
tuned.
Caleb with the bat, and I hit my older brother Josh with a flashlight.
So sometimes you just have a gift and you use it.
Why did he hit you with a bat?
You could tell the story, Caleb.
I'm playing cards with my brother Josh, and I don't even remember. We both had our jars of change.
Oh, there.
And we were just playing
From a
stupid
young age.
betting games.
Uh-huh.
I was young. I don't know. How old were you?
I was
you were
once
young.
again like 6 or 7.
Like
I was
6.
kind of on a hot streak there for
There
a
you
while.
go. You just
So-
got a taste of it, of beating up on your brother.
So I'm probably like a freshman
Right
in
that
high
way.
school.
Okay.
So that's
Sweet
about
back
the age. And for some reason, I got very bold and I said, "Hey, Josh, if you can guess the next card in the pile, then I'll give you my entire change jar." And he goes, "Oh, what a dumb game. I don't know, 2 of clubs." And I look, and it's the 2 of clubs.
No way.
I was like, "Ah!" I put it down, but I had no poker face. And so he goes, "Give me that." Grabs the cards, rips them out of my hand, sees it's a 2 of clubs. I grab my jar. I run out of the door. He's chasing after me. "That's my jar." He chases me out into the yard. I'm running around, running from him, looking backwards. When all of a sudden I look forward and Isaac has an aluminum bat and he goes wham with my feet. And I somersault over. He clumps both of my shins.
It's called
And
street
I am
justice.
like weeping in pain. I'm weeping in pain, and Josh grabs my jar of change and says, "Yeah, that's mine," and runs off. Anyway, so we take this to the court of Scott Payne, and we relay to him everything that just happened, and I'm emphasizing how much pain I'm in. He goes, "There's only one thing we can do in this situation, being a man of wisdom." He's like, "Divide it exactly in half, you both get half." I was like, "What?" And Josh was like, "What? That's not fair." He's like, "I have said it. That's what we're doing." So anyways, I got hit by an aluminum bat. Yeah, I had 2 welts, one on each of my shins for a few
I was
days.
hoping like Solomon, one of them would say, "Oh, give him it," and then I'd give it to them, but neither one of them did. They both said, "No."
Isaac the enforcer.
I can't remember who you told me. I can't remember which one you told me was. Was it you who had the change jar of IOUs from your dad that you called
They
out
all
on?
had.
That was mostly
I had
Isaac.
6 kids.
Isaac took it to a whole new level. He turned it into a business.
Didn't you owe him like $800 or something, and
No.
like he called you out on it? Something like that. That's how I kind of heard this. Or maybe I got the number
That's how I
wrong.
heard it.
He did not. It was an
It was
$800.
7:30.
I would emphasize he paid up.
No,
Like,
Isaac knew he knew interest, so it was at one point like $300.
Oh,
but
yeah,
over time, he would give him interest payments and say, "Hey, if you make it an extra 25%, you don't have to pay me back." And it just ballooned over the years.
it's
My
like a
dad
credit.
would-
Like a,
My
like a
dad
credit
would run out of his
song.
allowance
Debt
money
collector.
on day 2 of the week, and he'd come crawling to me.
Is
Look,
that
it's
lined out in the
1100
will?
with
Does
interest.
he get an
I will
extra
settle for
cut
800.
because of
I will
interest,
fine.
you know?
I never had to take a bat to my dad's legs, but we talked about it.
So did you get part of the
I
cut?
know we're gonna get this money one way or
You
the
let
other.
Rocco know what's going on.
Did Josh loop you in on his share of
Of the
Caleb's
bat? No.
change?
So
Isaac just did that for fun.
we were all just excited in the moment. We believe in street justice in the Payne clan, and whenever Caleb refused to live up to his word, on my way out the door, I just saw the bat there, and I don't know, it's the spirit moving through me. Decided I was going to grab that on my way out the door, and so he had made a couple of loops around the fire pit, our big bonfire pit in the backyard, and Josh was not making any ground on him, and so I just thought, if he comes back around again, I'm going to finish this. And
It's like a bat stuck in a loop.
He came around. I saw a
Mortal Kombat.
good opportunity to get in a free swing and hit him, and I took off running again. So that was I would hit and run. I don't know. But I didn't really get in trouble because my dad was so busy trying to count out the money for the 2 older guys. They kind of forgot that I just hit somebody with a bat. So I got a free shot.
Well, you got a free shot too with the batteries in the flashlight.
Oh, yeah.
Josh, my oldest son, wouldn't get up, and so we said, "Isaac, go down and wake your brother up." Isaac was probably about 5.
I'm telling you, it was on a hot streak. I don't know.
He goes
That
down
was
and
his
tries to wake
rebellious
him
year.
up. Isaac comes upstairs. He said, "Won't get up." I said, "No, go down and tell him I said get up."
So he goes down and says, Dad said, get up. And Josh didn't get up. So he reaches down. Josh wanted to be a policeman. So he had one of those big mag lights with the like 6 batteries in it.
Yeah.
It's like that long as metal. Isaac reached down and hit him in the head as hard as he could.
Wait. I thought he was under his blanket completely. I thought I was hitting him in the feet. But it turns out that it was his head.
This is the yeah.
Did he sleep?
So
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't, I didn't believe
am-
the story.
I'm asleep in the bed beside Josh, and I hear the thump, and then I hear a scream, a curdling scream, and I open one eye and I see Isaac in the air flying out the door because Josh had thrown him out the door.
I've never
It was-
seen a man get out of a bed so fast.
Yeah.
So he threw me out. I hit the wall, and I just took up and I said, Mom, 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 Mom. So I'm hiding behind my mom. Josh comes flying in. He's not, he's ready to, I don't know what he was going to do. And my mom stopped him in his tracks, and she said, well, Josh, next time we ask you to get out of bed, you get out of bed.
Is he bleeding at this point?
No, it's just a big lump. There's no blood. Just lump.
I mean, I was only 5. I couldn't swing it that hard, but I guess he felt it. So
Man, you don't have to swing those things hard. Gravity does it for you. I mean,
Yeah.
those things are heavy.
good times. Good
Oh,
times.
Oh, yeah, we have all kinds of home kid stories. That's just, yeah.
Well, it was a year before that. Josh hung me upside down from our balcony, like over the staircase.
Oh my God.
And so I was pretty willing to get back at him any chance I got.
Sure.
So,
Remember all that stuff we said about love and stability?
Right. I don't feel safe. Just hearing.
Man.
and that was
Did you tell him how you got back?
This
with him
is
holding you over?
Conversations on
You
a
can
Bench
tell it when you do
2025.
you tell him, Dad.
Listen, love in the 90s was different.
Well, Josh did this. Isaac, what? You were probably only about 5 or 6. You weren't that
Same
old.
age, I'm telling you.
And so he basically, Josh goes out for the evening. He goes in, takes Josh's toothbrush and scrapes the toilet with it. Of course, puts it in, back in, everything. And so Josh comes in, brushes his teeth, and you hear little Isaac going, I put it in the toilet. And Josh is spitting and gagging because he knows he did it. And it's like, oh, yeah.
Oh man, I don't have brothers. I have a
Yeah.
sister, but I learned fast. My best friend in high school, he had he had 2 little brothers, but his middle little brother, he would just torment him. And one day we were brushing our teeth. I spent the night at his house, and we were brushing our teeth, getting ready for church, and he accidentally knocked his middle brother's toothbrush off in the toilet that hadn't been flushed.
Oh, no.
I'm like, man, you just knocked his toothbrush down. He goes, picked it up, put it right back on. So I rinsed it before. I felt so bad. I was like, I'm not going to disrupt the flow here, but I am going to rinse off his toothbrush. So, yeah, he still doesn't know that happened.
Well, he does now.
He does, yeah, right.
How many people are watching?
That's right.
8? I don't think he's one of the 8.
Brothers have a way of showing their love to each other. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, all right. I love all the laughter.
Reel us in, Garrett.
Is as somebody who's not been here, like with the residents, is this place is there a lot of laughter in the living area and the kitchen and the dining area? Do people laugh together? Is that a common thing? What's that look like?
There's a lot of joy in the walls.
A lot of joy. I don't know if it grows into laughter, but no, there's not. There's a lot of joy and peace, but yeah, I don't, really.
I would say there's more fighting, more of this art, because if we're talking about over here, you're calming the chaos. And so there's a lot more just getting used to stuff.
What takes place is,
you know what I'm saying?
We don't have any entrance exam or anything else. Some shelters you have to fill out, you do a background check, all that kind of stuff, and you really pick the people you think are going to do. we just first come, first serve as best we can do it. And basically tell people it's only by the grace of God you're able to get in, because this last year, actually from January to July, we turned away over 500 requests for service. And so we tell people it's only by the grace you're able to get in. People come in, and the average stay is about 190 days. So you're calming the chaos, and as soon as they get to the point of laughter, they're moving out. All right. And someone else is coming in, bringing their whole brand new set of stuff. And, you know, creating, anytime you bring a new family into the mix, it alters, you know, the environment some. And so that's why we have to constantly, you know, stay on top of things, come alongside people, and, you know, do that and help maintain the chaos. But the joy and peace comes, but laughter comes after joy and peace. Laughter comes after the feeling of safety. And so, yeah, we don't, and just like I said about the cops thing, the residents all thought that was just so funny that I was surprised about the cops. And I mean, they got all excited about telling stories about different ones that were on the cops. Had another night where a resident came in, and she was telling the story about how her boyfriend came in, and he tried to kill her, and she basically took a knife and swung at him and slit 2 of his fingers, and then he slit 1 of her fingers. And then they all started laughing about same types of stories of happened to them. And so when you start talking about the culture, it's a totally different culture. You know, it really is more brutal in some ways. So as the chaos gets calm, the laughter comes, but we don't always get to see that. I mean, and it's
I mean, I think there's definitely a lot of times of more joy and peace. There's definitely laughter, especially like late at night. I don't know.
Yeah.
After 9 o'clock, I think guards come down a lot, and so like you're just more like, especially this back patio back here. This is probably our residents' favorite spot on campus, because that's where they can smoke, they can watch the kids on the playground, and so yeah, whether it's 2 staff members hanging out with a bunch of the residents or just the residents themselves, I often will walk out and just see. I think it's because when they're here, they have other people that have gone through similar stories. At some point, they can kind of swap stories of like, what are the elements that we can kind of laugh through together.
Yeah.
But with the kids having kids on property, that creates all sorts of moments for laughter. And then I would say when groups come in, because groups bring a lot of energy, and a lot of like, our residents know that they're here to love on them, and that's like the only thing they're doing. And so we'll play spoons, we'll play Uno, we'll play games that get people maybe less out of that serious headspace and more into like a relational, let's just enjoy the moment of who's here around the table. And so I mean, especially whenever Jeff was here, I mean, talk about a boisterous laugh and pulling it out of our residents, because he had a way the later it got, it was almost like the more real you can be.
Yeah.
And so trying to kind of emulate that environment around here, some of the most fun and off-the-wall conversations take place after 10:30, 11 o'clock because of that. It's like people are willing to just let down after the stressful day and just connect from person to person. So, I don't know. I'm sure, I don't know if like specific stories of laughter come to mind, but like, it always amazes me when I walk through the kitchen and just hear people talking about things and just enjoying life. I don't know. It's fun.
So just to clarify, after 11, things lighten up.
They get pretty crazy.
Okay.
Yep.
Never would have guessed that on the tender today. So.
Well, I was going to say, though, what he was saying is very true. I mean, if you got somebody who comes and starts talking about some, situation that, I think would probably maybe frighten some people, and then everybody else is relating to it because it's almost like everybody's experienced something similar,
Yeah.
And so, and I mean, and we're laughing about that stuff, you know what I'm saying? Because it's just a common space, I mean, it's just a common thing, So I don't mean to, we laugh about it, but I don't know if it's so laughable, especially to, I want to say normal people, but we're all, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, it's like,
Yeah. No, that helps. I'm trying to, because one of the reason I asked the question is I want a picture of what it's like here on a
I think that those are
normal
the
day.
best moments though.
The-
We are, but I'm also,
Yeah,
in with that discussion, you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? But I feel like if you listen, if you can really listen and not be so shocked, or anything like that, then you learn, I mean, so much more,
Yeah.
if you just hang in there and just kind of relate to it, in some way, if you can, or just kind of keep your mouth shut and just listen
Yeah.
to it. Because it's interesting at the very least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and one of the things that, I was pulling at the laughter mostly to get at that idea of joy and peace that exists here, So what does that joy look like if it's not, big moments of laughter or what? But what does that joy look like?
It's calm, lack of intensity and fear, being able to accept making a mistake, leaning into conversations, opening up and sharing really what's going on and what happened. I mean, it used to be everyone that came in, what do why are you here? Well, I'm here just because I couldn't pay my rent, or the landlord didn't, whatever, or my boyfriend threw me out. And there is always somebody else, and the person doesn't have any responsibility at all that they identify. And so the joy really comes when the honesty starts to take over, and they start to say, okay, if I would have maybe done this differently, or moved in this direction differently, wow, I learned something. I can move forward in a different way. That's what joy starts to feel like. It's just a kind of, I think Caleb said it. It's almost this feeling of I can relax. I can trust. I bottom line, I can hope again. Because the one thing that most people have lost when they came in is any type of hope, any type that there's a hope for something different. And see, that also then kind of kills laughter, because what are you laughing at me type of thing. Laughter is, in this culture, it's almost an accusatory thing. It's a put down. It's not a shared joy. It's a, you're an idiot about it, or I called you a blank. Ha ha ha. I mean, it's really harsh and crude. So in reality, the lack of laughter is actually one of those signs of joy and peace, which is different. And I know what Isaac's saying about Jeff, and we laugh amongst ourselves because we have to laugh, and we laugh a lot, just to be able to process. Because if you don't laugh and you just take it in all the time, it just becomes overwhelming. So,
Sure.
But we have more healthy laugh. The residents don't.
What's up?
Don't always.
Got a new friend.
Don't always have that. In fact,
I would insert that.
Or am I wrong, or is that? I mean, how would you guys think?
I
I'm
want
trying
to say
process.
You are.
I can't see who's here.
Jacob
Jacob is here.
Nunes.
Oh,
up,
Jacob
Jacob?
Nunez. All right.
Dude.
Come on in, sit down, Jacob.
Um,
Take Isaac's seat.
I would probably take more of an Isaac view on things. I always feel my impression of this place constantly in my mind is a place of openness and maybe not. One thing I am always trying to do, and I see Isaac trying to do this, and I feel like we do this with several residents, especially after they have that exhaling moment, is the cue to me that I can now be slightly ornery with them. And then when you're slightly ornery with them,
Then
you
you
get to see a bit more of the truth of whether they are actually relaxing, whether they're actually trusting you. For me, laughter entirely depends on how you're doing it. Like, people get really well when they sense like I'm the butt of this person's joke. Maybe I don't understand this joke, but they're making it at my expense, or they're using it to demean me. But helicopter, hope whoever's in it's okay. But yeah, how you do these things matters a whole lot more, even more than the form itself. So yeah, especially with our residents who are maybe shyer or have more eccentricities. What's the word? Eccentricities. Is that a word?
That's
It's
it.
going to work today. It's
It's almost 2 a.m. anymore.
You know,
Finding it's kind of like
at 148, it's a word.
I had a teacher once who was from Kentucky. He's like, people make fun of hillbillies all the time, but the hillbillies feed it back to each other and to the culture by steering into that laughter. Who we got?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Yes, I'm so glad to see you. You want to sit over here by
Coming to cleanse our conversation a little bit. How are you doing,
right
Jim?
by Donna.
So yeah. Anyways, I see me and Isaac and others. It's not just us, but I see us intentionally trying to be ornery with folk. Not that it's like a boisterous laughter sort of thing, but kind of a rib them just a little bit.
Make it light.
Yeah, and they usually respond. They usually.
Yeah, but that's
they do
really not.
Do the light, but that's not
Well,
laughter.
when I think of laughter,
Is that not laughter?
and it may
What do
be,
you think, Dan?
and it may
You're the
totally
judge here.
be. Part of it is
It's been great.
I scare everybody, and that's part of my job. I mean, what can I say? I still have a lady who lives over here that's known me for 25 years.
Christy.
And she still, when she sees me, she tries not to physically jump, but she does. It's just, that's part of so I don't know if I get to see the full spectrum of, because my job is to make sure everyone's safe. My job is to go in and say, I'm sorry, you can do that, but we're not going to support you in doing that. And so if you're going to continue to do that, you need to do it someplace else. I mean, that's my thing. And I take that away from everyone else, because what I find is if someone else has to, they feel so guilty. But I know, because we spend a lot of time praying and thinking about it before it gets to that point, that if I don't ask this person to no longer be here, and we always usually give them a week or whatever. I mean, time to move on. But if I don't, it starts to affect other people. Other people start easily moving in a negative direction, and the whole house starts to become unstable and unsafe. Staff members really feel guilty about that. I see it as an opportunity. One of the things we found is that when a person's lived in the darkness, okay, and just really don't, as we've had a lot of residents talk about today, or former residents, when I came to see the light, came to know the love of Christ, it just changed everything. I didn't know how dark it was. For those who come here, see it, experience it. Sometimes it takes them to leave, and all of a sudden it's like, why am I doing this to myself?
Yeah.
I know now there's some other place. And so by them leave, me trying to make everything right so they don't stay and adjust and change all that, it actually harms them because they don't have a chance to go out and actually evaluate what they're doing with where they're at and how their behaviors are causing. And so we've had many then leave and then come back. So I always have hope that folks will come back and try again. And what I tell people is, hey, for now it's not, but if you want to try again down the road, we're willing to try again if we have a room. But you know how the process is, and that's how we go. But yeah, so I don't see. But even as these guys are talking, there is some funny. And Jim here, he just came in. He has brought his family and volunteered and that type of stuff. And I think at times, yeah, some of the groups can come in and Garrett asked about laughter in the house, if to define laughter. And I said, we have joy and peace, but I almost feel like people leave before they get to the point of laughter. But I think you probably see more laughter here and then talking about like Jeff, he was able to bring it out. Isaac brings it out of people, and maybe I'm just a sticking about it. I don't know. But
That's just scare everybody.
That's right. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, and that's Christy. When I think about her, when I talk about scaring her, she starts laughing. I mean, because
There you go. And I think something though that you pointed out, you were talking about asking different residents to leave because they don't honor the expectations here. But one of the things I've heard a lot over the last 3 hours is that residents need to feel safe and secure.
Right.
And if there are rules that aren't upheld, that's not safe or secure.
And it's not really they aren't living up to expectation. It's they are coming to the point where they're harming other people. Sure. And that's what's because we really don't we have guidelines. I like to call things guidelines because a rule is like everybody, you have to make sure.
Sure.
Every guideline we have, there are extenuating circumstances where someone might, we might not do for one person is what we do to another. And, people used to say, well, that's not fair. You did this. And I always say, yeah, you're absolutely right. Because they have this and this and this, and you don't, You don't want me to treat everybody exactly the same way. Because that's the essence of cookie cutter. That basically is my rules are far more important than your reality. So you gotta take your reality and stuff it into my rules. And it's like, no, I'm not going to do that with you, and I'm not going to do that for them. And yes, they may get more or they may get something different than what you get. But what we do is we try and give what's needed to bring about lasting joy and peace.
Yeah.
Holistically. I mean, and that is difficult, and the secular world really doesn't work that way. It really is more of a here's the law and everybody has to follow it. It has to be the same.
Well, it's that parable that Jesus tells about the workers that show up in the vineyard in the morning and the ones that show up at the last hour, and they all get paid the same, and
they get all upset.
Right.
Yep.
But I mean, I feel like I've learned a lot about what Inner City Mission does, and I mean, I'm honored to be a part of this conversation.
Thank you.
With y'all.
What time is it, anyways?
It is 1:55.
Oh, so I just want to say thank you so much.
Yeah,
for
of
coming
course.
in
Yeah,
and doing this for us. We appreciate it. You brought a lot of laughter. Now, I wish we had more residents out here to see if they'd laugh. But
I'd love to know what they think. As far as is Scott funny? Like, does Scott think he's funny?
I think they would say that.
He definitely thinks. Here we go. There's going to be some laughter.
Is there laughter? Yeah, Scott laughs at his own jokes all the time.
That's crucial. Crucial.
Yeah. One last thing. It just Donna. Okay. She comes to the mission, comes from Southern Illinois.
she had to fight when she was younger. Okay, fight to literally physically fight to survive, to stand up for people's rights. And blood is thicker than water. So anybody that lives at the mission, she's going to fight for them. I come to the mission. Donna's leaving. I mean, full head of steam. She's heading somewhere. I don't know where she's going. And I say, and she'd been here for probably about 18 months. I said, Donna, what's wrong? Where are you going? You look like you're heading off somewhere. You look like you're look like a freight train moving in a direction. What's going on? And she said, well, I'm going down to the bus stop. I said, why are you going to the bus stop? Well, because one of the girls that lives here is getting bullied on the bus stop. And when that kid gets off the bus stop, I'm going to kick the crap out of him. And I said, Donna, you can't. You know, I mean, if you do, you'll go back to jail. And we don't solve things that way any longer. I mean, that's not part of your new reality. We need to. And then she laughed. She thought about it. She started laughing. She goes,
He's like, you're going to go back to prison. I was like,
she said, well, you're right. I didn't even think about that.
Well, I was just really going there to help her stand up for herself.
Right.
And like, nobody else is going to jump on you, but you're going to whip that girl's butt. I mean, that's what my mom would have done. I mean, she was like, just like that. She said, if you don't go out there and fight them, I'm going to whip your A and you're still going to go out there. You know what I'm saying?
The girl was fine
so like,
because two other ladies, mom included, went down and basically spoke to and took care of, and it was all fine. But it was just that impulsive, this is my family and I'm going to take care of them. And then when she came off of that emotional high, she could see the humor in the illogic reality of what she was doing. That's funny. I mean, you know,
that is funny. Jen, who used to be a resident here, actually says, absolutely there is laughter and a lot of hard times because everyone is growing. We become family through the arguments.
Hey,
there you go.
The arguments. That's right. That's
Who knew?
right.
Arguments turn into laughter.
There you go.
Calico Jack, back again. If you guys couldn't make me laugh, I would not have stayed here.
There you go. There you go.
Hey, so laughter happens. I love it.
All right.
Mr. P makes fun of me all the time.
It's one of the reasons I love him. Calico Jack.
Calico Jack.
All right, so our residents who were with us late,
Right,
our
so-
past residents are coming in strong. I love it.
That's right.
So the 2 a.m. Scott answers, they suck. But
Not that you were wrong.
I'm
you know?
here
You
for
just
the
you
2
took a
a.m.
different
Scott
angle
answers.
than us.
I think I put it. I guess every once in a while somebody else does too.
Look at that. Look at that.
Hey, tell Calico Jack to laugh louder then.
I will
He's
try.
giggling to himself.
You can tell him right now. I think he's watching you.
I know he is.
Well, hey,
Garrett.
once again, I'm thankful for you guys. I know that so many others are as well. And this is such a cool ministry. And I'm glad I got to be a small part of what's happening.
Well,
here.
thank you.
So,
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you
really
so much for
enjoyed
coming, Garrett.
Yeah.
I heard you have a fall retreat coming up in the next like 6 hours or something like that.
Something like that.
Isaac,
You know,
why don't you pray for Garrett before we go? And Joe, do you pray in public?
If you want me to, sure.
When Isaac is done, why don't you also pray for?
There's no laughter.
What's your
though.
name? Garrett.
Yeah, whatever.
I know.
It's 2 o'clock, Scott. Whatever name you want me to be.
All right. I forgot how funny I am. Yes, there's laughter everywhere.
There it is.
Forget about all that other deep crap.
Wait, so I'm praying and then Joe's praying?
Yeah.
Is that what you said? Okay.
Both of them for Garrett.
For Garrett.
And one, you pray for Garrett and you pray for LeVault. That's his last name. Did I say it right?
Yeah, you did.
LeVault. It's LeVault. He's actually French. He was pretty offended
LeVault?
whenever we talked about France earlier.
Oh.
Are you from France? No.
Hey, that was pretty
I'm from Christian
easy.
County.
That was pretty easy.
All right, let's pray.
All right.
Dear Lord, thank you so much for this evening and how much fun that we've had. We thank you for Garrett and him just bringing some energy, but also some really great questions and pulling out some great conversation from us, and also mixing in laughter and some deeper conversations about your love on display here through the residents' lives. Lord, we thank you and appreciate just his friendship with all of us. We pray that you're with him as he goes now with his youth group down to Southern Illinois onto a fall retreat. I pray that you give him enough sleep to be energized, to drive them, and to hang out and be present, Lord. But we love you and we trust you, and we thank you for going before us in each of these elements that are happening at the bench. And we just pray once again that you are glorified through every conversation, every laughter, every moment, whatever might happen, Lord. We know that we are offering it to you as worship. Lord, we love you and we thank you. In his name we pray.
You know what? I'm gonna do the next prayer. I don't know what to add to that. So I mean,
say amen.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
There you go.
Sweet.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
We are about to do a scheduled restart again. And
Thank you,
so
brother.
we're going to be down for anywhere from 30 seconds to 5 minutes, depending on how long it takes to hop over onto that next stream. So just like last time, we're going to go black, and then you'll see our stream again on Facebook and YouTube. So if you want to jump back in there with us, that'd be awesome. We're going to flip around this set again because coming up is Boys on a Bench. So we're going to have a bunch of guys hanging around a fire, talking about life and whatever else comes out between 2 and 5 a.m. We'll see what happens. But if you want to stick around, that'd be awesome. We also know that it's the middle of the night and some people sleep at this hour. But we thank you for being with us this long. If you want to keep on going, we welcome every comment, every conversation piece that you offer. So we're going to probably do the restart any moment now. So we love you all, and we're excited to be back in under 5